Дверь закрой тоже. Дверь.
Чем голосом функцию выключите, этот вид выключите.
Здравствуйте, дорогие зрители! Приветствуем вас на
Greetings, dear viewers. Welcome to the 19th episode of the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Mystery of a Human, Who Am I? The subject of today's broadcast has at all times excited and continues to excite the greatest minds of humankind. Kaleidoscope of Facts is an international research project which has no analogues yet, initiated and organized by the volunteers of ALLATRA International Public Movement. Today's live broadcast is being simultaneously interpreted in more than 16 languages and broadcast in various media platforms.
This project is being implemented with the involvement of experts and researchers from various fields of science from around the planet. Information from the videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and the books by Anastasia Novых were used for preparing today's episode of the Kaleidoscope of Facts.
Человек есть тайна.
As Fyodor Dostoevsky said, man is a mystery. If you spend your entire life trying to puzzle it out, then you do not say that you have wasted your life, your time. Let's start today's broadcast with interesting facts and paradoxes about a human being, which science cannot answer so far.
Понятие «человек» мы привыкли
We are
определять
used to define a human by our reflection in the mirror and by people we see.
а наше представление
Our
о себе
self-image
формируется
is
социальными
shaped by
нормами,
our social
а также
roles
мнениями
and
людей,
opinions of
которые
people around
окружают
us.
нас. Человек самый таинственный.
For science, a human is the most mysterious and difficult object to study. Physics could temporarily define the world of atom. Biology managed to bring some order to the construction of life. Based on physics and biology, anthropology in turn explains something about the structure of the human body and some of the mechanisms of its physiology, but the portrait obtained by combining all the data obviously doesn't correspond to reality. In this form, it turns out that a human is an animal similar to many other animals. At the same time, it is unable to explain thousands of phenomena and superpowers possessed by millions of people. Such superpowers of people have become the subject of social, scientific research and publications in the media relatively recently. So what are these abilities? Where do they come from? At this point, official science can give an answer. Let's watch a video.
Have you ever wondered what a human is capable of? Nowadays, there are many examples of human abilities that are phenomenal and unexplainable by science. Electric Man Rajmohan Nair withstands exposure to a few dozen milliamperes of electric current, which can be lethal for most people. People with unrealistic ability to attract not only metal objects to their body. Steering wheel sculpture painted an extremely detailed landscape of London after just one flight in a helicopter over the city. Tim Creedland feels no pain at all. He diligently studied anatomy so as not to damage his internal organs during performances. Wolf Messing was able to read other people's thoughts, predict the future, and see events that took place thousands of kilometers away. And these unique abilities appear in people spontaneously. They see with X-ray vision and make accurate diagnoses. I see not just in one plane. It's not just an X-ray picture. It's all planes. Ben Underwood became blind after a serious illness. His mother said he should learn to see, and the boy took her words literally. Along with his peers, he rides a bike, plays computer games and basketball. Daniel Cash and his organization have taught echolocation to over 500 blind children around the world. The Lord of Gold, Oleg Rozanov, says about himself, "I show that a human is not what we know about him. Computer people calculate huge numbers in their minds and do it faster than computers. In extreme situation, a human can show extraordinary abilities and fortitude." 11 years old Yuri Melnikov rescued his 5 years old niece from icy water. He received the Medal for Courage in Rescue. Alexander Mamkin managed to evacuate 90 people from Nazi captivity. Doctors were never able to explain how the man, most of whose body was burned, was able to land in aircraft. We have potentially tremendous abilities and unlimited capabilities. By studying our true nature, we can consciously develop them in order to explore ourselves and the world around us.
Приведенные в ролике феноменальные способности человека наглядно демонстрируют, что
The phenomenal abilities showed in the video clearly demonstrate that a human is not just body, and it's not what we are used to seeing and perceiving. Today, we classify such abilities as miracles or wonders. But are they really miracles? Perhaps these are the physical laws, which, as of today, have no scientific basis yet. It may be a manifestation of the subtle psychic energy, which Tsiolkovsky, Vernadsky, Roerich, and other great thinkers talked about in the early 20th century. And most importantly, why is a human given such abilities? Serious scientific research in the field of phenomenology began around the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th centuries. At that time, such famous scientists as Joseph Banks Rain, Vladimir Mikhailovich Bechterev, Bernard Bernardovich Kaczynski, Pyotr Petrovich Lazarev, Francesco Sazamali, Guglielmo Marconi, Leonid Leonidovich Vassiliev were working on such issues. Since that time, a large amount of information, descriptions, and regular experimental data, which are confirmed of paranormal influence of a human on the world, have been accumulated. In turn, this has led to the point that there are new trends bordering in metaphysics, like psychotronics, energy bioinformatics, biophotonics, quantum biology, wave genetics, and psychophysics. Recent discoveries in the field of quantum physics and also an opportunity to practically apply them let us explain and look from another point of view at some unsolvable issues. And now teleportation, telekinesis, and telepathy begin to look already less fantastic, and science is already trying to evaluate and give some assessment to this phenomena. Moreover, modern science is actively developing areas related to the mystery of human consciousness. Some researchers still try to make unsuccessful attempts to find consciousness in the brain, but there are more and more of those who understand that consciousness is beyond the human body, and rapid development of information cloud technology enables us to understand and accept this fact more easily. Development of digital technology has pushed Earth science to create artificial consciousness, which is similar to human consciousness. However, what can this lead to in our today's consumerist format? We can see that the potential of a human is limitless, and even materialistic science speaks about it nowadays. Only a little issue remains. Does a human himself really know who he is? Does he know that he is the creator of both the great good and the terrible evil? Does a human know why he is here on Earth and what is the purpose of his life? Modern scientific research can either promote the creative evolution of all humankind or bring us to universal degradation, directly to the disclosure of a person's of human potential, inner potential, or close all our normal aspects for development as personalities. Everything is decided by ourselves. The subject of immortality has always worried people since ancient times, and nowadays science is actively researching and developing in its direction. Even separate scientific trends arise. Yeva and Alexei will speak about this in more detail. Now I give the floor to you.
Здравствуйте, друзья!
Hello, friends. Today, the deepest desire of a human is the dream of immortality. But let us look into it and lift the curtain. Where did this desire, reflected in fairy tales, myths, and religions, come from? How would the subject of immortality affect the quality of a human life? And how harmless is this desire for a human?
Today, many scientists claim that already the current generation will witness the birth of a new human species, Homo immortalis, the immortal man. The term immortology, the science of immortality, appeared in 1974, but the transition from a philosophical category to an experimental one occurred in 1985, when a group of researchers at the Department of Botany at Ruhr University, under the direction of Carl Esser, unexpectedly, even for themselves during the experiments, received eternally young, undying organisms. They were mutated forms of the filamentous fungus Podospora anserina, bred more than 30 years ago. The specimens are still alive today, feeling fine and showing no signs of aging. But the truth is, man is not a mushroom. In 1990s, another international program, Human Genome, was launched in order to solve the question of human immortality at the genetic level. As soon as scientists announced their findings and successes, many of the world's leading powers invested considerable resources in these developments. Today, it's one of the most expensive scientific projects in the world, with questionable benefit for mankind. In addition, the science of immortality also relies on cryonics and nanotechnology. Cryonics, or cryopreservation, is the freezing of the body in liquid nitrogen. A certain scientist, Dr. James Barham, has been preserved this way in the United States in 1967. In addition to the US, cryopreservation exists in Russia and China. In total, there are up to 370 cryopatients in the world and more than 200 animals, but can they be called immortal? Who benefits from such mortality? Nanotechnology is a fairly young field of research. It is assumed that molecular robots or nanorobots, being inside a human body, will be able to eliminate all damages occurring in cells, stimulate regeneration, turn on or block any genes, improving the body, meaning it can both provide life extension and have negative effects, depending on the purpose.
Современный мир прородил еще одно подобие вечной жизни — цифровое бессмертие.
Modern world gave birth to another kind of eternal life, digital immortality, a technology which allows preserving human consciousness as a program and giving its virtual copy an opportunity to communicate with people. Based on the information obtained about the person during his lifetime, the copy should be able to behave like the original, react and think like a man. Experiments are already being conducted in full swing. In 2017, James Fahas, an American journalist and programmer, whose father was dying, created Deadbot. It is a chatbot for Facebook that can imitate correspondence with his deceased father. The program can recognize the speech of loved ones, give them written responses on behalf of the deceased, and upload audio and video files. Lacha's father managed to communicate with his virtual double while he was still alive. He taught him new things and approved of the result. Also, there is another example. North Korea, developers created a virtual copy of a 7-year-old girl who died of cancer. The programmers found a prototype, a girl actress, and they matched its movements and voice and created a virtual park where the girl could meet her mother. Next, the mother was offered to wear a virtual reality helmet, and she celebrated her birthday with her virtual daughter. These digital copies will only be able to live in the virtual world and learn immortality from in real life.
The subject of immortality is closely connected with the post-mortal resurrection. It has been mentioned in religions and beliefs since ancient times in India, China, but the Slavs and the peoples of Africa and America. After the Babylonian captivity, the Jews borrowed from their religion the immortality of the soul, without separating this concept from the body. The idea of the upcoming resurrection of the dead in the body was firmly rooted in the Torah and then migrated to Christianity. The mortal gods of the ancient Greeks were known for their wickedness, cruelty, immorality, and they saw the afterlife as a gloomy and hopeless abode of shadows and monsters. This was done so that man would feel fearful and desperate at the thought of death. Isn't that how it is presented today? That is why people are attracted to living forever in the body or to rebirth in the body. Psychologists link to the hidden desire of man in response to irrational fear of death, thanatophobia. A person tries to either avoid the object of the phobia, death, or to reduce the fear of it with the help of some actions and religious rules and rituals. This fear comes from the subconscious, that eternity is inaccessible due to lack of experience and knowledge. Nowadays, society promotes material values and consumer principles, accumulation and multiplication of money, property, real estate, saving and passing it on as an inheritance. Man sees the purpose of his life in it, trying to acquire the glory of himself and keep it after his death, such a surrogate of immortality. Don't you believe it? Let's back to school material. My good genius knows that I would rather prefer the immortality of my creations to the immortality of my soul. Alexander Sergeyevich Pushkin.
But is eternal life in the body the ideal good on which religions rely? Isn't that there couldn't be any doubt, but hasn't a substitution taken place here? Psychological surveys show that people's wishes are much simpler, not suffering from diseases and having a healthy body, but no one has expressed a desire to live forever. In the conditions of existing consumer society, the following scenario is likely to happen. Science will reveal the secret of immortality, but it will not become accessible to ordinary people. History will repeat itself with people, their children and grandchildren, feeding some group of priests, rulers who will not grow old, while people will continue to die for generations. This will lead to wars and bloodshed. So what's the point here? When Jesus was persecuted on the way to Golgotha, he felt very bad. He stopped on the threshold of the house of one of the Jews whose name was Ahasuerus, and asked for water. The latter rudely chased him away, and Jesus said to him, "You are afraid of your life, so you will live forever." So then, Ahasuerus cannot die and rule the world, no matter how sick he is of it. The same fate befell the Dalai Lama, whom the Buddha condemned to eternal rebirth in the body for blasphemy. Immortality in the body is certainly a myth. All matter is mortal and finite, but to prolong life for a certain and sufficiently long time is quite real, but on the condition that you clearly understand and accept the truth. The highest value in this world is human life. Every person's life must be cherished as his own. For although it is fleeting, it gives everyone a chance to increase his main value, his inner spiritual possession, the only thing that opens the way to true spiritual immortality. And as Archimandrite Trigoras said, the eternal life in which we Christians see our highest good is a holy, godlike life, a life in communion with God. But in order to accept this, we must first know, who am I?
Thank you very much, Eva and Alexei. Indeed, at all times we were concerned with this question. Is immortality possible? How to achieve it? And is it possible at all? On March 13th, 2022, there will be the 20th Kaleidoscope of Facts, Immortality in the Body or Eternal Life. At this event, we will expand on the possibility to prolong life beyond the species limit. Also, we will find out why a human is to live forever. What do ancient scriptures say about eternal life? And what does modern science know about it? Can a human being actually gain immortality, and in what? We kindly invite everyone to join in search of the answers for these and many other questions. Now, let's welcome our next speaker. Alexei, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and happy to see everyone. The question, who am I, is the one that everyone is asking himself at some point in life. And the sooner you find the answer for yourself, the better, as everything in your life depends on how you answer this question. How you live depends on how you answer this question. Well, let's try to find out the answer together by going through the possibilities using some logical reasoning. Well, you might say, what's he talking about? I'm this body. Well, or maybe I'm in this body. Well, and here come the first doubts. Let's take a look at our bodies. Trillions of cells, each with a very specific function, working together as an organism. Thousands of electrochemical processes occur every second involving compounds we've never even heard of. All of this not only without any intervention from our side, but without us even knowing, let alone taking any active participation in these processes. Well, you know, I've been into biohacking for quite some time, and scientists make a lot of new discoveries and publish plenty of new information every day about our bodies. Yet, it seems that there is still much more to be discovered than what's already known. Another problem with this hypothesis of me being this body is that if I identify with my body, why can't I feel my entire leg or arm, even though we perceive our bodies as something solid on a cellular level? Nothing stands still. Why can't I feel all these processes that happen on the cellular level? Well, you might say, oh, nonsense. Everything is programmed in our DNA and we can't do anything about it. So our cells are just like robots. But there's a problem with this theory too. For example, the phenomenon of phenotypic plasticity. When an organism acquires during its lifetime characteristics that differ from those coded in its genetic material, this means that the phenotype, the characteristics of an organism, can change without changing the underlying DNA sequence. Well, moreover, the cells of our bodies are constantly being replaced by new ones. You may have heard that your body renews every 7 to 10 years. Well, there's still a lot of debates in the scientific community on whether all of our cells are being replaced with new ones and how often, but you get the point. We can conclude that if I was this body, I would know everything about it and would be able to control and be conscious about the inner processes. But for most of us, our knowledge of the body is limited to, doctor, something hurts here. Oh, so it's clear that we can't be our bodies. Okay, this one was easy. Now let's turn to what's happening right now inside your minds. What about all your thoughts, desires, memories, likes and dislikes? Oh, maybe they're all firmly yours. But what if, at this very moment, you take out your mind and read it like a book? What would you see in the pages of your mind? Well, the next clue could be that all your mental contents are generated by yourself. Therefore, you are your thoughts. But are you generating this swarm of thoughts? Can you stop the thoughts from flooding your mind? Can you decide which thoughts to have? Can you hold the thought even for 1 minute? Or can you feel each thought as it arises, or do they just pop out autonomously? Ever been triggered by something from your past without consciously knowing why this is happening right now, at this very moment? So, thoughts are flowing without any conscious intervention from your side. How can you be your thoughts? Here's the thing. You actually have a choice to be aware and conscious of these thoughts and not be this collection of thoughts. By being aware of your thoughts, I mean you can hear them and choose how to react or if to react at all. So, if I am not this body and not these thoughts, who am I? Am I the one who hears the thoughts? Oh, that's closer, but this is only a part of the story. Now, who hears the thoughts then? Is it me, or am I observing the one that hears the thoughts? Curious to know the answer? Stay with us, and we'll find this out together during today's Kaleidoscope of Facts. And now, let's watch a fragment from the video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, In Search of Oneself.
That's also a very interesting question about who am I? After all, addressing psychologists, what answer do people get? That you have sort of, let's say, both shortcomings and merits of some kind, meaning of some qualities. And what kind of letters do people even send sometimes? About the fact that once left one-on-one with myself, I wondered, who is the real me? And I realized that...
And the answer is hidden in this very question, and few people think about it. And unfortunately, psychology, we understand what it is, what kind of science it actually is. It does not reveal this point. After all, in the question itself, in these words already, the answer is hidden. Think about it, my friends. Once left, one-on-one with myself, there's already an understanding of who I am and who I'm one-on-one with.
Одним из базовых понятий психологии является понятие личности. К этому понятию обращаются и обычные люди.
One of the basic concepts in psychology is the concept of personality. Both specialists and ordinary people refer to this concept since the question of self-determination and self-development is relevant for every person. But does psychology answer this social request in an understandable and straightforward way? Evgeny will tell us more about it.
Greetings, friends. The concept of personality is the cornerstone in understanding who a human really is. Let's see how modern science defines the concept of personality. And I would like to begin my speech with an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Impact and Protection.
What is personality?
From the perspective of science, the first comment that can be found is, this is a very complex and ambiguous concept. That's what the comment begins with.
So, again, they do say something. Personality, let's take the works on psychiatry. Well, here's a simple question. How is personality defined? After all, far and wide, personality is mentioned. Personality and personality. What is personality? Do they give at least some definition?
They do. Firstly, this concept is sort of constantly interchanged. A personality, a subjective object, an individual, and these sort of confused, interchangeable.
Fine. What is character?
Well, character is what is determined
What is it?
by volitional qualities of a person.
Isn't that a personality?
Then we have to consider how the concept of will is understood in science. After all, in science, will is associated with...
Yes, what is will in science?
Exactly.
It's I don't want to, but I'm doing it. This means I have a will, right?
Well, from the point of view of science, will is generally attributed to thinking process, and it was introduced as sort of an explanatory concept.
When a thought forces me, even if I don't want to, I'm doing it.
Yes, I can.
Okay, hold on. We've, again, reached a dead end. A thought forces me, and I understand that I need to take a step. For example, I need to take a step into cold water, but some part inside of me says that I don't need this. And this is exactly a manifestation of the will when I still take this step, because someone is looking at me, right?
I make a decision.
This is the will. I make a decision, right? Yet, who is I?
I is the one. I am my thoughts, it turns out.
Okay, and who is the one who doesn't want? Which of them is personality?
And here we come to a dead end.
Indeed, modern science is at a deadlock in understanding what personality is. It is so despite the fact that personality is considered comprehensively in the broad context of phenomena studied by psychology, history, economics, ethnography, sociology, art history, legal and political sciences, linguistics, philology, philosophy, and culturology. For example, sociology defines personality in the interrelation of social and individual behavior. Culturology studies the general patterns and trends of personality's development, its interconnection and interdependence in interaction with different cultures. Philology is able neither to study a person outside their language, nor to study language in isolation from its carrier, a linguistic personality. Each of the sciences provides its own definition of personality. Psychology undoubtedly plays a crucial role in the complex of personality sciences. Russian psychologist Boris Fedorovich Lomov considers the category of personality to be basic for psychological science and points to the diversity of this concept. And what do we see? The big explanatory dictionary of psychology says that it is one of the most complex terms, as it has a very wide range of use, and today it has more than 50 different definitions. There are experts who say that some people are just individuals, but not personalities. As an example, they give criminals or mentally ill people who are not considered to be personalities. From their point of view, creative people are called personalities, and it is stated that personality is not born, they become ones. Other experts believe that every social individual, human, is a personality. Psychologists agree that attempts to study personality will not succeed. No matter how thoroughly the human body, the functions of the human brain, the dynamics of mental processes and states are studied. They suggest that the study should go beyond the individual and consider him as an element of the system, an element of the society. They believe that only an analysis of the individual-society relationship can reveal the basic properties of the individual as a personality. In the reference book Psychology of AZ by Cordwell, it is indicated that personality is a phenomenon of social development, a living person with consciousness and self-awareness, adding that the term denotes stable characteristics or traits of a person that determine his thinking and behavior in various situations. That is, It is a set of patterns of behavior, habits, conclusions, the manner of moving, speaking, a set of judgments, the level of intelligence, education, breadth of views, and many other external manifestations of a person. But these are all external, variable characteristics that change in the course of human's life. Adult or child, married or divorced, astronaut or cook, sex and gender, class, religion, these are all easily changing characteristics. Even gender today is not a constant characteristic, but the personality is not disappearing anywhere. But then who is personality in fact? If the way modern science defines it is so vague, changeable, and not clearly defined. Modern science studies the characteristics, external manifestations of personality, without examining it itself. But is it personality that is being studied? If we look at the English word personality and track its origin, we will see that it came from the Latin language, in which person meant mask, role, character in the theater. This term very accurately characterizes the current situation in the study of the concept of personality by modern official science. Template masks of behavior that are formed in the process of human social life are being studied nowadays. In other words, only the work of consciousness, without understanding human's dual nature, without taking into account his spiritual component. To sum up, modern understanding of personality by science can be expressed in the words of Carl Jung. Yes, what is called personality is a great and mysterious question. All that can be said about it is curiously unsatisfactory and inadequate, and there is always the threatening danger that the discussion will lose itself in mere talk that is as redundant as it is hollow. And unfortunately, modern official science is far from understanding the true essence of personality as a spiritual being, from understanding its properties and goals. And without this understanding, it is impossible to answer the most basic questions of every person. Who am I really? And what is the true purpose of my life in this world? Thank you.
Спасибо, Евгений.
Thank you, Evgeny. It's clear that there are still a sufficient number of gaps in official psychology which don't provide effective answers to people's private questions. Given the increase in psychological and mental problems in society, the right answer to this question can help many people overcome psychological crisis and make society as a whole healthier. Our next speaker will talk about the discoveries of science in the field of energy and the human energy field. We are talking about the human aura, which was called by different peoples in ancient times Chi, Prana, Kanaim, или Esther. I give the floor to Natalia. A human is the main object of research in medicine, and in official medicine he is presented as an organism which is simplified to mechanisms in which each organ or system is considered by certain neurospecialists. However, recent scientific achievements in the theoretical physics, biophysics, and mathematics clearly shows that a human is an integral part of the universe, which means he or she is something more than just a body. This means that physical and mathematical laws by which the universe is built are also applies to a human. More about this can be found in the Kaleidoscope of Facts 18, Human and the Universe. The fact that a human, in addition to the physical body, also has subtle bodies, energy, was known in ancient times. A reference about this can be found in Hinduism, Chinese, Toltec, Zen traditions. From the point of view of these teachings, a human has a biofield, an aura. The aura is a kind of subtle bodies in which the vital energy, ki, in China, or prana, in India, is concentrated and circulates. This energy permeates everything all around, and its foundation is the construction of the universe. These subtle bodies around the physical body, like Russian dolls. Each of the bodies has its own properties, density, boundaries, and is responsible for its structures. Nevertheless, they maintain a connection with each other. According to these teachings, the human body is permeated by many energy channels, meridians, channels intertwined from energy centers, chakras. Chakras can be compared to gateways. When they open slightly, the flow of energy from the subtle body passes into physical one. This exchange of energy with the outside world is a vital function of the chakras and aura. It is this energy exchanged, this connection that holds all the cells within one organism and guarantees the coordinated work of the entire system. Modern scientists have been conducting numerous experiments for more than 100 years, which confirms a presence of biofield in human at the scientific level. The most famous of these experiments is the Killian method, in which the radiation of objects is photographed in high-frequency currents. In 1961, the Killians managed to observe and photograph the skin integument of the human body, and it turns out that these currents go out from one point to enter another. They look like corona discharged prominences and are painted in various colors. The color and intensity of this glow depends on the physical-emotional state of the person. These developments have become very popular all over the world. This method is being improved to this day in the laboratories of the USA, Russia, and other countries. In the photographs you see an image of the aura made with the help of modern equipment. Doctor of Technical Science, Professor Konstantin Georgievich Korotkov improved the Kirlian device, computerized and the installation, and developed a new research method which became known as gas discharge visualization. His apparatus allows to see the entire human aura. Korotkov calls it the information field. In the picture you can see the modern aurograph and the image received with it. In 1983, the head of the USSR Academy of Sciences published studies showing that around any biological object, due to its vital activity, a complex picture of physical fields is formed that carries information about the biosystem. There were 8 types of field defined. The overlapping of these physical fields forms an aura, but later studies by scientists Bondarenko, Rezhevnin experimentally confirmed that electromagnetic and biofield radiation have a different nature, and is the external field of a human. There is also something which is unlike electromagnetic radiation, has a different nature. In addition, there are biofield radiation that are pulsed non-harmonic nature, and they are recorded to a considerable distance from a human without signal attenuation. A group of scientists led by academician Anatoly Fedorovich Akhatrin revealed that both living and non-living objects have this field. It's made up from a very small particles. They are called microleptons. The microlepton field, the bioplasma of each person in turn organically enters the earth field, constantly contacts and reacts to the fields of the other people, objects, buildings, motor vehicles. These data were confirmed at the Moscow Academy of Medical Sciences and supported by the studies in the UK, the Netherlands, Germany and Poland. At this picture, you could see the photo of these microleptons, which were made by Arkadrian. System theory and field theory are gradually carving out a niche in biology, because it's clear that it's impossible to determine the behavior of an integral living organism by its individual components. In order for the most complex structure of a living body with its many billions of cells to work successfully, well-coordinated and synchronous actions are necessary, often affecting millions of cells, but the signals in the nervous system propagate at a very low speed, insufficient to control all the processes of the body. Such a non-energetic information transfer is provided by morphogenic, that is, formative fields, which Professor Alexander Gavrilovich Gurevich spoke about back in 1944. Alexander Gurevich, in the work Theory of the Biological Field, anticipates the ideas of DNA laser radiation, also experimentally demonstrated in 1989 by Fritz Albert Popp. Popp managed to prove that the waves of biofield radiation are coherent, that is, harmoniously combined, like laser radiation. When adding this oscillation, the oscillation frequency doesn't change. That means that these waves from a corresponding field inherent in only one organism. The experiments of Petr Petrovich Garyaev and other molecular biologists show that when something happens in just one cell among a billion cells of the human body, each cell of the body instantly knows about it. This phenomenon was called a cellular no-locality, which, by analogy with the phenomenon of quantum plunge in quantum physics. We talked about this phenomenon in more detail in the Kaleidoscope Effects episode, The Matrix from Illusion to Reality. What makes it possible to extract information about the subject as a whole from any point of the field? This is a holographic principle of an organism. Construction, meaning coherent radiation. According to academician Kazanchev, the living substance first projects itself in the form of holographic field image and builds concrete earthly biochemical body on the basis of this very image. Thus, there are two sides of life, and the first one is the field, holographic side. Back in 1980, a group of scientists from the Institute of General Physics of the Academy of Sciences, using light and laser microscopy, discovered some vibrating, sounding spherical structures in living chromosomes. That is, DNA molecules create a wave front. Developing the concept further, Garyaev conducted a lot of experiments and proved that DNA has a wave nature. It is that large of chromosomes, up to 99%, which are considered not to perform any genetic function. They are the main intellectual structure of all body cells, including the brain. It contains a program for the development and death of the organism. At this picture, DNA preparation has been exposed to certain combinations of electromagnetic field in the UV-IR frequencies range. This impact elicits a response in the form of multiple dynamic, long-lived, repetitive waveforms of the DNA in its immediate environment. This experiment showed that the DNA preparation reacts to irritation, and information exchange occurs between it and the source of exposure. The process of information exchange goes on continuously at the level invisible to the human eye, and in order to record such phenomena with the equipment that exists today, it is necessary to produce a specially strong impact, as it was done in the described experiment. But the constant information exchange is mathematically proven by the theory of physical vacuum. The book Quantum Genome in Terms of Physical Vacuum by Peter Garyaev and Gennady Shipov is devoted to this topic. Quantum physics explains the constant feeding of the body from vacuum in the following way. All matter, including all the cells in our body, molecules and atoms, is 99% empty space or vacuum. This vacuum is filled with energy and information coming from space around us, as well from the universe. In physics, there is such a thing as lamp shift. This phenomenon was experimentally established by Willis Lamp in 1947, for which he won a Nobel Prize in 1955. The hydrogen atom was placed in a vacuum, and it turns out that the vacuum feeds the hydrogen atom. The frequency of this recharge is 1057 MHz. It can be converted to joules. A human being consists of 80% of hydrogen atoms. Therefore, by calculating the average number of hydrogen atoms in the body with a weight of 70 kilograms, for example, it's possible to determine the amount of incoming energy. This constitutes approximately 0.725 kilocalories. This energy comes from vacuum fluctuations. Vacuum fluctuations are a process of constant appearance and disappearance of virtual particles, the photons. Elementary particles, which all bodies consist of, are similar to small rotating gyroscopes that create torsion fields of various organs. These fields overlap and form what we call an aura. This picture shows the torsion field of a human being and plants, measured using the device IAG1. One of the chakras is depicted in the upper right corner, top view. The image resembles an oblique cross. The human aura is connected with the field structure of a much higher level, with a constant energy information exchange occurring between them. Apparently, the same exchange occurs in all living organisms. All organisms have a field structure. For some beings, it is simple, but for human beings, as you can see, it's more complex. The following speaker will tell about this in details.
Спасибо большое, Наталья. На протяжении всей конференции
Thank you very much, Natalia. Throughout the whole Kaleidoscope of Facts, information of all the speakers will include such concepts as soul, personality, dimensions, system, consciousness, and also the human energy structure. We would like to bring to your attention the definitions of all these concepts based on the ancestral knowledge, the primordial knowledge, and reflecting their true essence. So, the soul. The soul is a true... Can you please bring up the quote on the screen?
Цитату на экран.
Here it is.
Душа является составляющей только
The soul is true antimatter, a particle from outside, from spiritual world, from the world of God. The soul is a component only of a human being. It is its main potential, a portal, and every person's direct connection with the spiritual world. The soul is not present in either plants or animals or in any other matter, including intelligent matter. It is a true antimatter, a particle from the outside, from the spiritual world. The soul enters the energy structure of human being on the 8th day after the birth of the physical body. It is in the energy structure of a human body, but not in the physical body. If we orient by the structure of the human physical body, It is located approximately in the area of the solar plexus. A human has only one soul. It is indivisible and has no gender. Personality.
Можно будет цитату на экран?
Could you please bring up the quote on the screen?
Личность — это кем человек ощущает себя внутри.
Personality is the one whom a person feels inside. It's not a body, but the spirit, the one who makes a choice between the spiritual and the animal natures. Personality analyzes, draws conclusions, accumulates experiences, and personal, sensory, and emotional baggage. Personality is a potentially spiritual being that can already, during its lifetime, thanks to merging of personality with the soul, can go to the spiritual world. Regarding dimensions, dimensions are both subtle and coarse energies that constitute certain energy fields, which in their turn form a particular dimension. There are no clear boundaries between dimensions. The same energies may be present in one dimension and in another one, and in the third one. The global universe consists of 72 dimensions, all in all. Everything that modern science calls the material universe exists only within the first 6 dimensions. From the 7th to the 72nd dimension, there is the world of energy and information, which also forms the material world of the universe. And beyond the universe, with all its dimensions, there is a world which is qualitatively different from what we have here. It is the spiritual world, the world of God, where actually a human can get as a new spiritual being system. According to the primordial ALLATRA physics report, the system is the septon field. Otherwise, it may be called the unified information field or the animal mind. It is the basis of the material universe. Through this, it is impossible to ensure fundamental interactions in the material world. The septon field is in the basis of every phenomena, process, object, and their components. Basically, all objects of the macro world and micro world have their own septon fields and information fields. It's important to know that the animal mind's power is limited to 6 dimensions only. More information about the septon field may be viewed in the previous episodes of the Kaleidoscope of Facts. Next, we have consciousness. Consciousness is a person's own septon or information field where thoughts emerge. It is actually the animal nature. And this is the field where thoughts arise, and it is a material part of the intelligence structure, and it is part of the unified animal mind existing in the universe. Consciousness is opposed to the immaterial, non-material part of a human, the spiritual nature or the soul. Consciousness is a field structure, which is not neurons of the brain and anything like that. It's a part which makes up the illusion for ourself, the energy structure of a human being. The human energy structure, it is the 6-dimensional energy body, a body which is located in 6 dimensions. It is roughly the same in all humans. It has the shape of a 4-sided truncated pyramid with a detached top. In the detached top, there is our personality, and between this top and the truncated pyramid, there is a field of consciousness. In the center of the structure, there is the soul. In order to understand why there is such a complex energy structure in a human being, we suggest that we all together watch the following video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
A human A human being is dual. There is the spiritual nature and the material nature in him. The material nature exists owing to the spiritual nature in the energy sense. In the physical sense, we depend on what we have eaten, meaning these are biological processes and chemical reactions. However, all chemical reactions are also supported by the built-in model, so to say, by the energy structure. If there were no energy structure of a human being as a program, then, well, and not just of a human, but of everything material, it would have simply fallen apart and vanished. There would be a world of chaos, there would be a universe filled with freely flying molecules which wouldn't interact among themselves. For those who are keen on physics, the concept of gravitation and all the rest are not an unfamiliar concept. Well, let's say it is that mysterious graviton which you are looking for. Well, it's for those who are looking. Owing to this, there is information of any bodies in this material world.
Дорогие зрители,
Dear viewers, let us now consider what the human energy structure is. It should be noted that today not many people in society actually know about the existence of a human energy structure at all. However, if we arm ourselves with knowledge and turn our eyes to the depths of our history, we will be surprised to find that people from all over the world have been aware of the human energy structure since ancient times. Moreover, they knew about the four essences, which are an integral part of this structure. The fact that people in ancient times attached great importance to this knowledge is evidenced by numerous monumental architectural structures around the globe. Let me now give the floor to Rinat.
Thank you, Nagis. Hello, friends. Today, we don't have the kind of technology that would allow us to capture human energy construction. However, the speakers in the previous Kaleidoscope facts gave arguments and evidence for the existence of an invisible energy construction in man. Human. Today, science has come very close to this understanding, studying the human biofield. At the same time, information about the invisible part of the human structure can be found in the world religions, ancient architectural constructions, and manuscripts. In ancient Egypt, there was knowledge that the human energy structure has a pyramidal shape. Symbolically, the pyramid shape was adopted by humans from the pyramidal stone Ben. Chapter 600 of the pyramid texts states the following: Atum ascended as Ben, which symbolizes the seat of Osiris. There is, since the human structure is pyramidal shaped, it means that it is the birthplace of a new spiritual being. In various parts of the world, the symbolism of pyramidal structures played an important role in the transmission of spiritual knowledge through monumental architecture. Why did Indian Brahmins, priests of Phoenicians, Druids independently from each other at various times consider an ordinary heap of stones stacked in the pyramidal form as sacred? It's all about the stones. Is it all about the stones? For the ancient, this shape was a sacred symbol of the union of earth and heaven. Paradise in Islam, Jannah, is traditionally described by tier structure as a multi-story pyramid that is topped by the low tree of the utmost boundary, mentioned in the Quran, Surah Al-Najm. The pyramid can be seen as personality ascending through the dimensions, where it's reached seventh dimension, just as it reached the lotus, the low tree of the utmost boundary. Christianity, by analogy, describes Jacob's ladder, consisting of 12 steps which connect the earth and heavens, the seventh dimension. The picture of existence in Buddhism is a cosmological pyramid consisting of 31 levels of existence. It is known that the Sumerian in Mesopotamia also built step structure of 3 to 7 tiered, in the form of truncated pyramids on the top, of which they installed sacred temples. This entire complex symbolized the connection between heaven and earth, the mystical, sacred center. In ancient Egypt, one such example is the step pyramid of Pharaoh Djoser, whose architect was Imhotep. To put it differently, when developing spiritually, human being still in his life may pass beyond the limitations of the material world, 6 dimensions, and enter the 7th dimension. Thus, the human energy structure becomes more complicated. There is a transformation from pyramidal form to the form of a cube, put on one of its corners. The confirmation of change of human energy structure in Islam and in the main Muslim shrine Kaaba, the recent translation from Arabian means cube, and accordingly has the form of a cube with one marked corner. It is marked with an embedded black stone, which, according to legend, was brought to earth from paradise, from heaven. There is, we see, a clear symbolism indication of result of a person's energy structure transformation from a pyramid into a cube, put on one of its corners and transformation of the person into a spiritual being. And the symbolism of the primordial knowledge, the square, is the conditional basis of the pyramidal structure of a human, linking all its essences, all his basic essences. It consisted with everything earthly, the union of 4 elements, with masculinity, in contrast to the circle, which served as the symbol of femininity and heaven. The architecture of the building itself displayed the knowledge of the transformation of the square into a circle or rhombus, which was a schematic representation of a cube placed on one of its corners. These symbols capture the knowledge of the energetic transformation of the structure of a human at his spiritual liberation. The traditional architectural solution for the cathedral mosques is as following: a square base passing into a large central dome, which is surrounded by 4 minarets, or 4 smaller domes. The interior space of the mosques also indicates the knowledge of human energy construction. The prayer hall at the base often has a square or rectangular shape, with a dome wall on top, converging into a single point in the center. Stupas, one of the oldest sacred symbol in construction in the East, are another example of the transmission of knowledge in the form of a pyramid. The architecture reflects the following symbols: 3 lower steps, the symbols of 3-dimensional measurement, the square on which the pyramid structure rests. The 4 steps indicate the 4 dimensions, from 4th to 7th. Then there follows a stylized symbol of spiritual transformation, above which there are 13 rings, and the lotus follower, which as a structure is crowned with ancient sign ALLATRA. In ancient times, people possessed the knowledge and put it into practice. Between the top and the truncated pyramid, there is consciousness. Given the knowledge of the human pyramidal energy construction, it is not surprising that many of the pyramids were built exactly truncated, without a tip. As an example, the pyramids are Kukulkan and the Teotihuacan in Mexico, Altenha in Belize, Copan in Honduras, Guimar in the Canary Islands, and many others. People's fate after death was also associated with symbolism of the pyramid. For example, Sumerians, ancient Egyptians, Babylonians, or take the traditions of burials in Syria, Palestine, China, Korea, the North Caucasus, Siberia, and so on. These burials have a step pyramidal roof, and on top, as a rule, there is a stone in the form of hemisphere, or an elongated shape, which acts as a symbol of the other world, the 7th dimension. We can find description of the pyramidal structure of a human in the verse of Amar Hayyam. Do not rely on corporally you travel and marquee indeed, for not so firm are those, for ancient texts with it. And these lines, marquee, indicate a pyramidal structure and the 4 ancient texts on the 4 essences of human, about which translation is given in Surah 82 of the Quran. Thank you. Which are pointed over there are watchers who are noble, writers of the deeds, who whatever you do. Thank you. I give the floor to Natalia Vladimir, who will tell about us about 4 essences of a human. Hello, Natalia. Hello, Vladimir.
Thank you, Renat. Greetings, friends. And just now we have heard about the human energy structure, that it has a form of a truncated pyramid with four essences as its walls. These are energy information structures that play an important role in a person's life and in his personal destiny. But let's go over it all in detail in order. So, the essences of a human being are located at the sides of the structure, approximately at arm's length away, related to the physical body. There are the front, the back, the right, and the left essences. They represent the main fields of the four-sided truncated pyramid and are the energy information centers in the overall human structure. The right essence is closely related to this world. Its main characteristics, the domination of the animal nature, are aggression, despondency, and fear. Emotional states are anger, greed, resentment, self-chastening, manifestation of all kinds of fantasies and illusions, revolving around one and the same problem. Various peoples in their sacred drawings usually depict the right essence as a strong or aggressive beast, such as a white tiger, a bear, a lion, monkey, or a mythical guardian, or a spirit. The element symbolizing this essence was usually indicated as fire.
The left essence, when the animal nature dominates, is characterized by guile, pride, deceit, and seduction. This is a clever and cunning essence which will present everything in the best possible light, its only aim being the distraction of a person from the main aim, from the spiritual path. During its activation, megalomania and a desire for secret power over others can manifest in a person. In ancient treatises, the left essence is commonly referred to a trait either as a terrifying beast or a clever, cunning animal, such as the wolf, a jackal, a mythical monster, dragon. As a rule, the indicated element is earth, or rather the ashes, as a symbol of temporal values in this world. By the way, we should add that the left essence is a champion in manipulating a person's moods and desires.
The back essence is a kind of observer of the present and a chronicler of the past. Speaking in associated terms of our time, the back essence can be compared to a computer's hard drive or an airplane black box, in which all of the information about a person's life is stored. The back essence is a kind of a portal. It is an observer, which is directly linked to the pineal gland. It is usually depicted in the form of a fish, a seal, lizard, or a turtle, and is denoted by the element of water, that which immerses into the depths of the past. The back essence may also be depicted as a spirit with a human face, symbolizing the human past.
The front essence is connected to the person's life here and now, with his movement from the present to the future. This is a kind of a vector and indicator of the life's way. If a person chooses the spiritual, then this path has one vector and a focused direction of striving forward to a higher and a final result, merging the personality with the soul. That is, to spiritual liberation. In legends of the peoples of the world, the front essence was often described as a unicorn as well as the element, the spirit of the sky, air. It was depicted in the form of a free bird, a falcon, or the mythical thunderbird, the phoenix. This essence is responsible for the person's self-development or spiritual movement. It carries a particular emotional color, that of faith, spiritual love, and hope for the future. If a person's intentions on the spiritual path are stable, then it also serves for him as a very good protection against the external invisible influence of others or alien aggressive essences.
Most people do not know and do not understand how their essences work in everyday life, and sometimes they do not even think of their existence, they cannot imagine them. At the same time, people quite often encounter their manifestation. For example, have you ever thought of someone, a person that you haven't seen like dozens of years, and he called you just right away, or came to visit you on that day? Why does it happen? Because when we think about other people, we essentially make this contact directly with their essences. If we think positively, our front essences interrelate, correspond to each other. If we think in a material way, negatively, the side essences of the same alliteration are excited. Information exchange begins to occur at the level of subtle energies where the essences interact with each other.
Or it happens that during conversation, a person sometimes already knows in advance what the other person is going to say, feeling, his mood, and mental flow, even before something has been voiced. And again, what is the reason for this phenomenon? And this is precisely the manifestation of the interaction of the essences. After all, for the essences there is no time or space as we understand it. They live according to different laws. Everyone is familiar with the situation when the mood suddenly dramatically changes from sudden state of depression, resentment, irritation, or anger towards not only strangers, but even close friends. And all this is manifestation of the right essence of a person. But spontaneous sexual excitement, attacks of envy, greed, or the desire to rise above another person are the work of the left essence. And if memories from the past just continue, dreams of the future arise, it is the activation of the back essence of a person. After all, the essences are constantly provoking various thoughts and emotional states in a man, and as soon as the person makes a choice, giving his attention to any thought, from that moment on, the active work of that essence begins.
Having knowledge about this and observing one's thoughts and states, personality understands that this is not a myth, but in essence, it is reality. A person begins to study their effects on himself, learns to control his thoughts, keeping the negativity out of himself, in simple words, efficiently decide as clearly adherent to the spiritual path, and as a result, he's freed from their influences, and he gets effective assistants who are perfectly oriented in the world of subtle matter.
In fact, the presence of essences in a person's energy structure is related to human choice rather to the creation of conditions for it, to the endowment of personality with a certain degree of freedom. This is the meaning of this whole multidimensional human energy structure. Freedom to choose between the desires of the material world and spiritual aspiration, between good and evil. There is an alternative to choose anger, aggression, envy, pride, and the infinite desires of matter ought not to give all this the power of your attention. To support the spiritual and desire are one thing, your spiritual liberation and movement toward God.
In conclusion, let us say that when a person does not attain spiritual liberation in his lifetime, all four essences play an important role in one's after-death fate, as they are real eyewitnesses of every moment of a person's life. They testify against in the afterlife during the judgment, and as they say, they tell everything about this personality with all its discussed. This is precisely the moment when all the secrets are revealed. Versions of this have been preserved in cultures around the world. And now the next speaker will tell us about them. Eric, we give you the floor. Thank you and have a good day.
Yeah, thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Vladimir. Hello, friends. Echoes of knowledge about the four essences have been preserved throughout the world, in particular in the form of traditions, legends and myths about the four winds, four gods, four rulers of the world, four sacred animals, and other beings. Comparing various myths, we noted similar features and their characteristics of the essences. In the mythology of Far Asia, in countries such as China, Korea, Japan, there were 4 heavenly kings, guardians of the cardinal points, and the 5th main deity was Tian, the deity of the center or middle. Subsequently, the abstract image of the essences was replaced by images of specific mythical characters, Wu Di, 5 mythical sovereigns, the rulers of the 4 cardinal direction, and the lord of the center, Huan Di. The Slavs in the old days revered 4 divine winds that were endowed with the 4 characteristics of 4 seasons: winter, summer, autumn, and spring. The latter, spring, endowed with the characteristics of the front essence, was most revered. They were asked the winds for help, they turned to the winds for advice. At the wind, there will be an answer. Will there be an answer? By the way, it is curious that in many Slavic folk tales, it is the wind that helped the hero, which he does not receive either from the moon or from the sun. The pronounced role of these informers, so to say, which was attributed for the invisible world, is clearly traced. In the pyramid texts of the ancient Egypt, 4 essences are placed as 4 gods, the sons of Horus, the defenders of the Osiris throne: Imseti, Dwamotep, Hapi, and Quebecinuf. 2 of them are depicted with the heads of wild animals: Hapi with the head of baboon, and Amotep with the head of jackal. They represent lateral essences. Imseti had a human head, personifying the back essence and the human's past, and Quebecinuf was represented with the head of falcon, personifying the front essence and connection with the heavenly world. In the Judeo-Christianity doctrine, a tetramorph is described as a winged creature from the vision of the prophet Ezekiel, which had 4 faces: a lion, an eagle, a human, and a bull. Tetramorph is presented in the form of 4 apocalyptic creatures. In Kabbalah, these creatures are called Hayat HaKodesh, holy animals. Note that in Egyptian mythology and also in Judeo-Christianity, 2 creatures have the appearance of animals and has the image of a human and 1 of a bird. Tetramorph is the guardian of the 4 corners of the throne of the Lord and the 4 corners of paradise, just as the 4 sons of Horus guard the throne of Osiris. Also, in all Russia, the knowledge about 4 essences have later been spread through the image of a Tetakos on the burning bush icon. The Indians of North America also featured gods of the 4 cardinal directions. It was to them that the ancient shamans stored for help and advice. In the picture rotating lots, there is a symbolic image of 4 essences, where the lateral essences are depicted as guardian spirits. In Islam, references to the 4 essences can be found in Surah 82 of the Holy Quran, where they are presented as observers of a person's life, recording all his deeds. The 17th and the 18th ayat of the 50th surah also confirm the information about the essences. According to Muslim beliefs, it is said that the throne of Allah now rests on the shoulders of 4 great angels supporting it. According to legends, these angels have different faces. One of them had the face of an eagle, the other of a lion, the third of a bull, and the 4th had the face of a human. The world of Islam knows to this day the word of the Prophet Muhammad, peace to him. One of the judgment day, human will not escape the place of the account until he answers 4 questions. How did you spend your life? How did you use your body? How did you earn and use your property? And how Did you use your religion's knowledge? In fact, that is a report associated with the four essences. After all, the back essence, the human path, is how you spend your life. The right essence, the animal instincts of a person, is how a person uses his body. The left essence is a thirst for power, multiple earthly desires associated with it. And the front essence is how a person spiritually develops throughout his life. Omar Khayyam also possessed the knowledge and wrote about the four essences. He has this curtain. Here, from the spirit world, this mystery. Creation is summed up: man and thief, angel and demon, man and beast are thou. Yeah, thou art all of thou dost appear to be. And if we study this issue even more deeply in historical sources, then for sure we can find even more interesting facts and expand and supplement this information that we learned from the book by Anastasia Novak, ALLATRA. The above facts clearly show that since ancient times, people had knowledge about four essences and attached them importance in the spiritual development of a personality. Thank you.
Dear viewers, dear friends, we would like to remind you that you are now watching the 19th episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts, Mystery of a Human, Who Am I, on ALLATRA TV. This event is simultaneously interpreted by volunteers from all over the world into 16 languages, and it is broadcast on all major media platforms. Now we are going to address the subject of our most important component, the soul. Proverbs and sayings about the soul are preserved by all nations of the world. From time immemorial, people have known that it is through the soul that a human can attain eternal life. Let me give the floor to Akmal.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. The body is a receptacle for the soul, said Marina Tsvetareva. Friends, now we are going to talk about the soul, that particle from the outside for the sake of which all these conditions were created for maturation and for growth in order to return home. Let us remember what the great thinkers said about it. The human soul is the greatest wonder in the world. Dante Alighieri. You, man, have nothing but your soul. Pythagoras. The journey to your soul is the only that matters, and you must go there alone. Regina Brett. The soul is also mentioned in numerous proverbs and sayings all over the folks of the world. Since the ancient times, mankind has had a deep knowledge of the soul. The oldest symbol of the soul is a circle. In the East, since ancient times, the soul was symbolically depicted as a pearl in a shell. It was a symbol of man's human spiritual development, hidden from view, and its pearly whiteness was a symbol of spiritual purity, wisdom, perfection, and enormous knowledge. Such associative comparison of a soul and a pearl is traced in all world religions. With Hindus and Buddhists, the pearl is an image of a spiritual insight. With Christians, the priceless pearl from the waters of baptism is united with the concept of the soul and the Virgin Mary. In Islam, there is a belief that the pearl is one of the names of God, Allah. That is the afterlife, the spheres around the writer souls are formed by pearls. The soul is the main spiritual component of every human being. Their soul is antimatter. It has nothing to do with matter, so it does not get sick. And according to primordial knowledge, On the 8th day after birth, the human body, like a vessel, is filled with the soul. And it can be even really recorded. The soul, though, it's an energetic substance. Nevertheless, when it enters the body, it acquires the property of a subtle matter. Therefore, the weight of the newborn on the 8 days increases sharply from 3 to 20 grams, and sometimes, in exceptional cases, up to 50 grams. There is, on the 8th day, there is a sudden jump in the weight of a newborn. It is on the 8th day the child's eyes become lovely and radiant. And in more detail, let's watch a short video about the soul.
The soul is the true antimatter, a particle from the outside, from the spiritual world, the world of God. Only a human being has a soul. It is his main potential, a portal, and each person's direct connection with the spiritual world. It is not present in plants or animals or in any other matter, including intelligent matter. The soul enters the emerging energy structure of a human being on the 8th day after the birth of a physical body, of a newborn baby. If we take the structure of the physical body, then the proximate location of the soul is in the solar plexus area, that is, the actual center of a human. Yet the soul is neither the solar plexus, nor the heart, nor any other physical organ or system, including the brain, the mind, consciousness, thinking, intellect, or mental abilities. Everything mentioned above is neither a product nor a property of the soul. All this applies to the material world. Surgical removal, transplantation of various organs of the physical body, for example of the heart, or blood transfusion, have nothing to do with the soul. I emphasize that it is located in the energy structure of a human being, and not in the physical part of this structure. Every human being has one soul. It is single and indivisible. There is no difference between the soul of a man or a woman. The soul has no gender. Souls of all people are identical in their nature. And in this sense, we can say that people are very close and kindred to each other. The soul is not matter. It does not wear out, does not get old or sick. It is perfect in relation to the material world, but it is not perfect enough individually in relation to the world of God.
Yes, but what is known about the soul in science today? Is the nature of the soul being studied in science? It turns out that it is being studied, and it's studied by scientists who are open to learning and who are always eager to learn more. Among such scientists was Dr. Duncan McDougall of Haverhill Hill in Massachusetts, and more than 100 years ago he was first conducted the famous experiment of weighting the soul. The conclusion was incredible. 21 grams is the weight of the substance that distinguishes humans from other creatures. Things other, a movie of the same name have been made, and dozen books have been written. Scientists from America, Switzerland, Latvia, and the Soviet Union, following McDougall, who repeatedly tried to measure the soul. So how was this experiment conducted by the scientist in 1901? In his clinic, Dr. McDougall built a special waiting bed with high sensitivity to a few grams. He placed 9 people on it, and 6 terminally ill patients passed through this bed. When a patient was placed on the bed, the scales was set at 0. The scales was monitored until the very death of the patient body, at which time the scales recorded a weight loss of 21 grams. The fact that only humans have a soul was confirmed in another experiment by McDougall, who recorded no change in the weight of 15 dogs after their death. And from it, the scientists concluded that humans have a soul, but dogs do not. And after all, in conclusion, everything here is spiritualized, and humans are both spiritualized and soul-filled at the same time. He has a soul. And due to the fact that official science currently denies the laws of primacy of spiritual world and the secondary nature of material world, these studies belong to the category of pseudoscientific. The scientist, engineer, and physicist, inventor Nikola Tesla said, "The day science begins to study non-physical phenomena, it will make more progress in 1 decade than all the previous centuries of its existence." There is now a unique photograph of the soul, which was in a transitional state after the death of the physical body. The picture clearly shows the marginal shell. It consists of the deepens over the center of red color, the remnant of the life energy prana, and yellow and white yellow colors of the other energies. The spherical form itself is sky blue with the shades of light green. It has a distinctive spiral-like structure twisted toward the center, having shades of the rainbow and white flecks. So, thank you very much. I pass the floor to the next speaker.
Even the ancient sages said that the most important thing in human life is to find oneself, your true nature, know yourself, discover the world. One must first understand, realize, and accept oneself personality. We hear Victoria really bad. Wait for technical. As it was mentioned by the previous speaker, the soul enters the human body at the 8th day after birth. Personality and soul are the spiritual components of a human being. Thanks to the entrance of the human soul into the newborn body, a personality appears and the whole human energy structure is formed. This is how a human becomes a human being. Each personality of a human is like a blank slate. Many nations have preserved echoes of knowledge about the 8th day in the form of the tradition of naming the child on the 8th day after birth of the body. According to the primordial knowledge, a human being is an object composed of energy and matter that simultaneously exists in 6 dimensions. Since our body is in the 3rd dimension and the personality is in the 6th dimension, this explains why the 3-dimensional world is not perceived by the personality. It is an observer from the spiritual nature and lives by the deep inner feelings. Human, as a personality, only invents the power of their attention, choosing between material or spiritual values. A personality is not able to think. It has a holistic perception. We'll watch a video now.
Извините, ребят, спикера не слышно. Сейчас слышно?
Да, слышно будет.
Хорошо, спасибо. Продолжаем.
Now we hear her.
У личности только одна жизнь и один
A personality has only one life and one chance to merge with the soul and become a spiritual being, or as a religion they say, to enter paradise or to go to heaven. If a personality doesn't merge with the soul during its life, then after that the personality becomes a sub-personality, which remains in the form of a film around the soul, and the soul endorses reincarnation, entering a new body. It's impossible to find a straightforward answer to the question of what personality really is, neither in philosophy, nor in psychology, nor in religion. For example, some religious sources refer to personality as a spirit. The Bible says, as the dust returns to the earth as it was, and the spirit returns to God who gave it. The Bible, Ecclesiastes. The word personality is totally absent from the scriptures. It's not easy to understand what is meant by the word soul, heart, or mind. Escape for the soul, Genesis 19:17, is what the Old Testament says. It makes it unclear who you are and what it is that a person saves. Personality is not a soul. The soul is a particle of the spiritual world. It's not material, it is eternal. No one needs to save the soul. You have to save yourself as a personality. Imagine that you, as a personality, are drowning in the ocean. From the ship, they throw you a lifebuoy, the soul, and you start throwing it back. That is, you yourself are thinking, trying to solve what cannot think. The soul is an instrument for personality, is a particle of the spiritual world, or a portal. Figuratively speaking, a door to the world of God, and it is the source of divine powers, but it's not individually perfect enough in relation to the world of God. It is personality that has individuality, and when a personality merges with the source, meaning the soul, a new spiritual, eternal being is born, an angel. This is the purpose of each human life. Now we'll watch an associative example of what the soul, personality, and subpersonality are.
Let's imagine that the torch is a soul. The light from the torch is the life energy coming from the soul. The torch shines into a mirror. What appears in the mirror is the personality. The personality is a reflection from the soul, and the reflection from the personality is a secondary consciousness. The secondary consciousness is what distinguishes human consciousness from animal consciousness, which provides imaginative thinking, intelligence, and so on. The clearer the flashlight, the brighter the personality, and the more developed the secondary consciousness can be. The energy that goes from the soul to the personality can either be directed back to the soul or feed the secondary consciousness. It's up to the personality where to direct the energy. To explain what subpersonality are, let's take a familiar metaphor: torch and a mirror. Subpersonalities are a kind of foggy light filters on the soul. The degree of darkening of such a light filter subpersonality depends on the dominant life choices, preferences, and sensory emotional priorities accumulated by the former personality from a previous life. The more the animal side dominated in the previous personality, the more material values prevailed, the more difficult it will be for a new personality later. If there are many subpersonalities with dense light filters, then it is very difficult for a living personality to turn from the path of material dominance to feel his soul, because connection between the source of light and the one who needs it is darkened. However, if a person comes into contact with the true knowledge, no matter how difficult the circumstances are, no matter how many dark light filters are around his soul, the personality still has a chance in life to unite with its soul and become a new spiritual being. Because if a person sees even the slightest source of light in a dark cave, he will definitely find a way out of the cave. Attention is our most valuable resource. What do we light up with our attention? Note that if we light on grief, it is impossible to light on happiness at the same time. Where we put our attention is what we give life to. Why light up the grief? Let us light up happiness.
Thanks to information which we have heard today, we can make a conclusion that a human is not a soul. A human is not an energy structure. A human is personality and has a chance, a direct connection with the soul, by means of which actually this connection is ensured. What is actually the silver thread? This is what our next speaker, Sevich, will tell us about. Sevich, the floor is yours.
Здравствуйте.
Greetings.
Спасибо, Камила. Здравствуйте, друзья.
Thank you very much, Camila. Hello, dear friends. Earlier, the speakers voiced that personality is connected with the soul. A question arises, how is it connected and what is this connection for? Personality is connected with the soul by means of the silver thread, which is called also the silver chain, the light spiral, the luminous ribbon, and other names. At present, information about what the silver thread is almost lost or severely distorted. The silver thread is a thin energy channel through which energy from the spiritual world through the soul constantly flows to personality. Personality is actually free in choosing how to use this energy. Since this energy is the source of existence for consciousness of a human and the system as a whole, consciousness does its best so that personality would put the energy coming from the soul into pictures, images, and thoughts that is constantly imposed on personality. But if personality chooses to invest this energy back into the soul, then an interchange of energy between the soul and personality begins. And this leads to expansion and thickening of the silver thread. A person can feel this at the physical level as joy, feeling feeling free, full and happy. Since ancient times, people have known that the soul is the inner and only gate to the spiritual world. And the more personality invests attention into the soul, the closer it becomes to the soul. And at some point, personality can pass through the field of consciousness and merge with the soul. But what is happening if personality chooses to invest the energy which comes from the soul into images and thoughts from consciousness? In such case, the silver thread becomes thinner. Although the silver thread overlaps in the area of the field of consciousness, a person still can feel it on a physical level. In such cases, a person as personality experiences panic, hopelessness, helplessness, and feels pressure on the chest. This is especially noticeable when a person experiences negative emotions such as resentment, anger, or hatred. Such compression is much different from sensations which occur during various diseases. Often this state is described as like the soul hurts, my soul is in pain, but we need to understand that the soul does not get sick and cannot ache. It is a person himself who, by his or her choice, fences himself from the spiritual world and goes astray. This is well described in the verses of the Quran. For example, there is Ayah 125, Surah 6. Whoever Allah wants to guide, He expands His breast to contain Islam. And whoever He wants to send astray, He makes his breast tight and constricted as though he were climbing onto the sky. Thus does Allah place definement on those who do not believe. Or also there is Ayah 22 of Surah 39. So is the one whose breast Allah has expanded to Islam, and he is upon a light from his Lord, or like whose heart rejects it. Then woe to those whose hearts are hardened against the remembrance of Allah. Those are in manifest error. In Christianity, the Telos thread was depicted as a thread. The thread in religious art symbolized the spiritual life of a person, and globally it was a symbol of time, a connection of the past, present, and future. In many nations of the world, the Great Mother was depicted with a spinning wheel in her hands. The same we can see in Christian images. For example, on one of the altar pillars of the main eastern arch of St. Sophia's Cathedral in Kiev, Archangel Gabriel is depicted with his fingers connected in a gesture of blessing. On the other pillar, there is the Mother of God with a spindle in her hands. She is spinning the spiritual thread of human life. Also, this knowledge has been preserved in ancient megalithic architectural structures. The image which you now see on the screen, it shows a cord connecting the center of the pyramid with the top, which symbolically indicates a connection of personality with the soul. Thank you very much.
Спасибо, Севич. Дорогие зрители, мы
Thank you very much, Savich. Dear viewers, we have now watched and considered such concepts as the energy structure, the soul, and the silver thread. Also, a very important subject which is directly connected to knowing the truth about the human being is the issue of how our consciousness works. Since it's a very comprehensive and broad topic, let us begin with the facts about what science speaks about emergence of thoughts in a human. Now I give the floor to the next speaker.
Yes, thanks. Hello, everyone. In everyday life, we face thoughts and reflections. Where do thoughts in the head come from? What does science know about it? It has been found that certain groups of neurons are activated by some types of thought. But these groups can change depending on conditions. Scientists who study these processes say, like Nobel laureate in physiology and medicine John Eccles, who discovered ionic mechanisms of excitation and inhibition in nerve cells, believe that the brain does not produce thoughts, but only perceive them from outside. Academician Natalia Bekhtira wrote, "A thought exists separately from the brain. It only captures it from space and reads it." She said that the human brain can create only as simple thoughts. Where theories, hypotheses, discoveries are born is still unknown to physiologists. Mathematician and Professor Roger Penrose said of consciousness that laws even deeper than quantum mechanisms are essential for its separation. You would say, nice, but how does that apply to me? For example, when you have an important thing to do, we start to do it, and all of a sudden a thought comes up. You forgot this and that, or let's do that, and I haven't called my wife, my mother, my brother, my sister, and so on in a long time. In other words, there is activity going on in your head when you need to concentrate. Or, on the contrary, not a single thought comes when you need to do something. But there are no ideas. Why does this happen? Because a thought comes, and we have a choice to accept or ignore it. What thoughts we pay attention to, those ones will become more numerous in our heads. There is an interesting fact. According to a 2013 study of Nancy Cohn, a historian in Harvard Business School, our attention span declined from 12 seconds to 8 seconds in 2013. Concentration of attention became less than an average aquarius fish, which is able to maintain its attention for 9 seconds. And let's return to the inception of thoughts. Physically, it looks as follows. An incoming thought excites consciousness. There is a return impulse from consciousness to personality and the brain. Third stage, the return impulse from the brain to personality. I will draw your attention to the fact that thoughts are essentially parted Comments to action. Why does consciousness want to control personality through thoughts? Personality has power, power of attention. And the system seeks to gain that power through thoughts and emotions via consciousness. Thoughts are a very powerful tool. The charge that a person puts in their thought is amplified many times. With the help of word, this charge, negative or positive, spreads further. Uncontrolled thoughts lead to equally uncontrolled chaotic result. That's why it's very important to put our attention into positive thoughts, to work on ourselves. We can choose from a huge stream of thoughts that we need right now and just ignore the rest. And everyone has experience when we act with purpose, ignoring the rest. To develop the skill of observing and controlling thoughts each day and to better understand ourselves as a personality. I thought that suggest watching an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, where he explains in detail how a person can learn to put his attention into thoughts he needs.
When a person realizes that he wants to be happy, and my friend does want to experience joy, he needs the simplest technique and the simplest tool is to reject, say, oppressive thoughts. For instance, a thought comes into your head that you're suffering, you're poor, but you say, no, I'm happy, I love God. Just like that, even in a form of a game, just to start playing. Forbid your consciousness to judge anyone, to hate, to be angry with anyone. Just forbid it. Say, no, I won't do it. Consciousness says, this is a bad person, but you say, why is he bad? What makes him worse than me? Just to answer like this, to counter, to force a part of consciousness, you should understand one thing. Well, my dear friend, remember one thing. You are financing your thoughts. It's really so. You don't order thoughts in your head. They come from outside. Do you have doubts? Just sit and think. Let's think about a butterfly. Yes, you can see a butterfly, you can imagine it in your head right now. Try to keep this butterfly in your head for 5 minutes, and you will realize that you won't be able to keep it. Fish will come into your head, monkeys, lemons, oranges, a lame neighbor, well, whoever you want, and this butterfly will be mixed with them. But you just try to keep the butterfly. You won't succeed. Why? Because you are not the master of consciousness. And when you realize that you are not the master of consciousness, but precisely with your attention you are financing that which you are investing and paying your attention to this, right? Meaning, what is in your head, that you are kind of financing. And precisely this financing, meaning energy spending, bring these or those thoughts to life. Later on, they can influence you, influence your life, and the life of people who surround you. Why? Because having accepted a thought that this person is bad, you start treating him as a bad person, you reject him. And what makes him worse than you? Here's a simple question. But when this thought comes and you say, no, hold on, I don't need this thought, I won't judge this person. Just as simple as that. And you have refused and think about what is good. Consciousness is trying again to foist some bad thought, evil, fear or hatred on you. It is trying to belittle or elevate you, whereas you just say, no, I want about love, about joy, however, not in understanding of person-to-person love, but about love in the highest understanding. Just be happy. Just be happy that you're breathing. Even if you're ill, even if you have a hard time and feel bad, look that there is green grass, that there is blue sky, even if it's gray covered with clouds. Well, what's the difference? Even if it's raining and there is a storm, look at that rain and storm. Understand one thing, that in a short while you won't see this. Why? Because life is too short, and what seems a distant future to you, it will happen today, right now.
The emergence of thoughts and their nature has really interested many scientists. When I started searching for information on the subject, I found a number of very interesting experiments that were conducted back in the 19th century. In 1880, a French artist, Pierre Boucher, accidentally photographed visual images. One day, after a noisy party, he wakes up in the morning in order to get to the laboratory to develop photos. And for a very long time, he just couldn't find the right photograph, couldn't concentrate on his work because he was tormented both by the noise in his head and images from nightmares. At that moment, when he develops the first picture, he sees not the client's photo, but precisely the image of these very images from the party that have been bothering him all night, images from his nightmares. Pierre showed the photographs to his friends, and one of them suggested that the experiment be repeated. Again, in a state of alcoholic intoxication, the pictures were taken, the experiment was a success, and a scientific paper was sent to the French Academy of Sciences as a consequence. The article was not published, but Boucher's materials got to a famous astronomer and researcher of anomalous phenomena, Camille Flammarion. Soon his publications on psychic photographs were published, which in fact marked the beginning of this type of research. Scientists from England, France, Germany, and Japan experimented with photographs of thoughts, by the way, including the famous Nikola Tesla. Anatoly Akhatrin, academician and candidate of technical sciences, hypothesized that thought is material and is energy in the finest form. He managed to make a photograph of a thought. In 1973, Gennady Krokalev, a 32-year-old perm psychiatrist, attempted to experimentally verify this causal theory, that visual images appear in the brain and are transmitted to the retina, where they are radiated into space. In 1974, he photographed hallucinations in patients suffering from alcoholism. He used a Zenit camera, a diving mask, and a connecting accordion from an old photocore camera to perform the experiment. The 280 patients of the hospital where he worked were examined. Photographically, 115 of them recorded images similar to those they themselves perceived and described. Next, he placed the patients who were suffering from hallucinations in a screened room, and the images disappeared in all of them. That is, the source of these hallucinations is an outside influence. Also, in the program, the participation of Mikhail Danilov, thought is material, proved, guys showed the results of similar experiments as the one conducted by Krokalev. They used more than 5 different cameras of their own production, and as well. The experiment was conducted during 2 weeks. There was an operator who would pass images one by one to 5 experimenters, taking pictures of the eyes of the person at the moment when the operator waved him off. The numbers 1, 2, 3, and a circle were transmitted. Everything was very recognizable, the pictures presented. It was noted that the image appeared in people immediately. This proves that a thought can be transmitted and that thought is material. Krokalev's experiments were confirmed in this manner. The operator in the experiment acted as an influence of beings of the invisible world. That is, it is possible to impose anything on a person. Also, in the second experiment, the source of image transmission was shielded. An aluminium pan was wrapped in foil and put on the operator. Photographs were taken of the test subject's eyes, and there was nothing on the film. It turns out that if a thought can be transmitted, then it can also be shielded by placing a person in a special shielded room, for example. If images disappear, it means that images come from outside, and in fact, consciousness does not belong to a person. This is the proof that thought is material, and that all these voices in the head, visual images, hallucinations, are of external origin, that there is a certain field, an ethereal environment, so to say, which affects the person and is aggressive to the person. Thank you. These are very interesting experiments, and they clearly show that thoughts come to us from the outside. It should also be noted that many scientists, in the course of their professional activities, have come to the understanding that consciousness is out of the human body, and consciousness is not a product of brain activity. Now, let us watch an excerpt from the video Creative Society, The Prospects of Civilization with the participation of Agim Mikhailovich Danilov.
That's right. Our consciousness is a field structure. It belongs to what religion calls the devil, or world of shadows. It doesn't matter. But our consciousness is not us. It's a tool that fights for what? For power. Over what? Over energy. If personality has self-awareness and freedom, freedom from whom? Freedom from consciousness, freedom from its dictatorship. That is, when a person chooses service and life in the divine direction or his true purpose, he discards that which makes him dead and temporary. That is, he stops serving the devil. Thus, a person, having the power coming from the soul as human personality, can dictate to the devil, well, not the devil, but consciousness, let's say a demon, and make it work for himself. Then he clearly understands where he is and where consciousness is. In other words, he is no longer merged into such a single conglomerate which people live in. How come? It's me, it's my emotion, it's mine. It's an emotion of a beast, not yours, my friend. It is imposed on you, but it's not yours. You are personality. You're the one who possesses great power. But it reveals itself only when a person does what? Becomes liberated.
Hey everyone, dear friends. Speaking of man, one cannot ignore consciousness. For a long time it was believed that consciousness was a product of brain activity, just as the adrenal glands secrete insulin. The brain generates thoughts, but the more the brain was studied, the more his statement was questioned. It should be noted that consciousness is not only thinking processes, but it is also memory. For a long time, experts did not know in what part of the brain it is located, until one very interesting and, at the same time, tragic case. Among experts, this story is called the story of Henry M. In 1933, in Hartford, Connecticut, USA, a bicyclist ran over a 7-year-old boy. According to eyewitnesses, the child lay unconscious for several minutes, and then got up and went on about his business. And so it happened that this incident set in motion a chain of events that influenced the global study of memory in the 20th century. 3 years later, the child, his name was Henry Mollison, began to have epileptic seizures. The disease progressed rapidly, and in 1953, 20 years after the accident, the young man found himself on the table of the then renowned neurosurgeon William Colville. The doctor, trying to overcome pharmacoresistant epilepsy, performed brain surgery. He removed 2/3 of the hippocampus, the entorhinal and the parahippocampal cortices, and the part of the amygdala. Interestingly, that at the same time no one knew what the hippocampus was responsible for, and this case became the impetus for its study. After the operation, it turned out that the number of seizures decreased, but the patients lost the ability to form new memories. He simply could not remember what had happened just a few minutes before, let alone longer periods, but at the same time, he remembered his entire life before the operation. In this way, his life was divided into before and after the operations, and it became clear to specialists studying the subject that his hippocampus is responsible for short-term memory and subsequent translation into long-term memory, which was thought to be located in the cerebral cortex. It was a breakthrough in the field of brain research that answered memory questions that had long been of interest of neurosurgeons, but did not answer the question of psychiatrists. The psychiatrist's question also had to do with memory, and more specifically, how can people remember their past lives? Often the recollection of past lives occurs in childhood, but it also happens that the recollection of past lives manifests in quiet and adult age. A prime example is Billy Milligan, who had several dozen people who once lived at the same time. The bodies of those people had decomposed long ago, but the memory of each of their lives somehow entered Billy's brain. Yes, it did. Because this case suggests that the memory of dead people should have died with their bodies, but it did not. The question arises then, where is it stored? Unambiguously, we can say that consciousness and memory are immaterial field structures which only interact with the brain, but are in no way its receptacle. Whereas people have already said a lot about it. The brain is like a radio receiver, signals, but does not store them. At the conference Life After Death, Fictions and Facts on May 22nd, many experts have spoken and presented a large proof base that consciousness is not in the brain. Now I suggest listening to an excerpt from this conference featuring psychiatrist, researcher and author of numerous books, Olivier Chambon. Thank you, friends.
The brain has failed in its claim to be the conductor of the orchestra. It's just a performer, yes, a sophisticated one, and it should be respected and understood. Materialism is useful for this. Fix the radio when it's broken, but we shouldn't forget that it is not the radio that creates programs. If we open the radio, we will not find an orchestra playing there, because the orchestra is in a different place, and the music is transmitted by radio waves. It can be understood that if the radio is broken, then we will not hear the music, but the music program plays. So in other words, consciousness is a field structure of some kind. Yes, of course, and this is a mystery for us, because we can ask, okay, but who created this consciousness then, right? We always say, let me recall, it was probably philosopher Leibniz who said that the real mystery and the most amazing thing is that there is something and not nothing. Consciousness uses neurons to manifest in the world, so this is normal. When consciousness is connected, neurons are fired, but that's not because neurons create consciousness, because it's not causation, it's just correlation. This is what materialists forget. They say when we have a cognitive function that is used by consciousness, and at the same time a certain area of the brain is turned on, it's because that area of the brain produces that. No, no, no. It's consciousness that uses this cognitive function and uses the brain. It turns the brain on the same way we turn on the fireplace to keep warm, or when we open a drawer to use the tools that are there, but it is not the drawer that does the action. The drawer will not cut the meat. Materialists have no proof that the brain produces consciousness. They have none, so they should stop telling us you have no proof, because they do not have it either, but we can make hypotheses, and the principle of Occam's razor in epistemology is to accept the simplest hypothesis that explains the maximum of facts. It turns out that with regard to all unusual experiences, parapsychology, near-death experiences, before, during, and after death, and so on, the only hypothesis, the simplest one, explaining most of the facts, is that consciousness depends on the brain, and that it comes from the fields of consciousness.
I would like to thank Olivier Chambon and other scientists who spoke at the conference on May 22nd, 2021 year. Life After Death, Fiction and Facts. Thanks to such scientists, science is moving forward. To cover the topic of consciousness further, I suggest watching a short excerpt from the video about the spiritual world, where Igor Mikhailovich Danilov explains where consciousness is and where personality is from the perspective of dimensions. This information gives a holistic understanding of the role of consciousness in communication of personality with the three-dimensional world.
There is one more interesting point. You've said that our consciousness is not in the head, yet where is consciousness located and where is personality located, if we speak from the perspective of dimensions?
Well, if we speak in reality, in our understanding, for example, we are in the three-dimensionality with our brain, a bunch of neurons and all its functions. Our consciousness is in the fourth dimension, meaning one floor higher, whereas a human as personality is located between the sixth and the seventh dimensions. That is under the ceiling of the sixth dimension, so to say, not in the seventh one. He can get into the seventh dimension only together with the soul, but it's already an angelic being, not a human anymore.
Therefore, as you've said, it can be very difficult to reach out to personality.
Very difficult. Why? Because a human as personality doesn't perceive this world at all. He doesn't perceive the three-dimensional world. He cannot see it. So precisely these pictures, forms, bodies, everything. Well, everything that we see in this three-dimensionality, we see it again thanks to the neural group of the brain. Thanks to our eyes, we hear this sound, thanks to our hearing apparatus and thanks to primary consciousness that transmits all these pictures to us. But who processes these pictures? Partially it is primary consciousness, but mostly it is secondary consciousness. Consciousness thinks this through. There is interaction between primary and secondary consciousness and ready information, the information which suits primary consciousness first of all, and in which the interest of secondary consciousness is sufficiently invested, this information already comes to us as personality, and we perceive it all. It's enough to disrupt a certain part of neurons, and we may not see it. Why? A certain function will be missing, although there is often compensation, and a more direct connection often occurs. It's enough for us to have, let's say, a certain number of neurons that would be responsible for the perception of vision and hearing, so that an intermediary would work, and we can basically communicate with this world in a normal way. After all, that often happens. Here's the answer to the question of why, when a larger part of the brain is missing, a person basically lives as he did before. Ancient structures are preserved, body functions, while new structures, that is, cortex and everything else, are partially present, and this is enough for communication.
Şuur şahsiyetle bu maddi dünya arasında vasıtacı.
Consciousness is the mediator between the personality and this material world. Through consciousness, we communicate, see, hear, grieve, or enjoy this world. Thoughts in the form of pictures in the head are spoken words, emotions, desires, habits, sensations of the physical body are all elements of the work of human consciousness. The essence of consciousness is to be a tool for communication in this three-dimensional world. Without consciousness, a human cannot communicate, think, even banally know that his body needs to eat. Therefore, one cannot live in the material world without consciousness, but it has to perform its functions and to be well developed like any other tool. Man has two kinds of consciousness: primary and secondary one. Primary consciousness is the consciousness of a primate, an animal. Primary consciousness is connected to the entire human body and controls all body chemistry. It is also directly connected with the three-dimensional world: hearing, vision, and tactile sensations. Secondary consciousness appears in opposition to personality. With the help of secondary consciousness, we can solve problems, think, analyze, remember, make plans for the day and life. That is, what we can use to think logically, to criticize, to dream, and so on. Nowadays, all of this is known to science and is being actively studied. And now we would like also to consider the function of consciousness, which remains invisible only to that personality that associates itself with consciousness. And a spiritually free personality easily recognizes these functions and begins to control consciousness. Let us examine this point in more detail. Initially, there is a conflict of interest in the aspiration of personality and aspirations of consciousness. The personality, having a spiritual nature, always strives to return to the spiritual world, to connect with the soul. Since every personality at a deep level feels the reality of the spiritual world and knows that it is the world of joy, infinite love, and a huge number of possibilities. However, consciousness substitutes this inner aspiration of the personality for external ones, like having a roof over the head, a house, an apartment, family comfort, relationships, a car, power, etc. On the endless desire to have everything, there is everything material in 3 dimensions. Why does this happen? Both kinds of consciousness are part of the system, and together with the body make up the material or animal part of the human energy structure. It is essentially a soulless program that leaves off the energy or power of ALLATRA that comes to a personality from the soul. This energy can be received by the system only through personality. It cannot receive the energy directly from the soul. Therefore, consciousness is active and aggressive toward personality. It constantly attracts personality with beautiful images and pictures, induces desires, imposes doubts, or frightens with various fears. It does everything possible to prevent the personality from investing energy coming from the soul back into the soul. Thus, the system fights for its existence. That is why it is important for human to detach himself or herself as quickly as possible from the thoughts and experiences imposed by this experiences by the system, and to realize themselves as a personality, to realize that he has great spiritual potential within him or her. Thank you very much.
Благодарю, Айдын. Айдын только что озвучил, что сознание активно и агрессивно по отношению к личности.
Thank you, Aydin. Aydin has just voiced that consciousness behaves aggressively towards personality. It is probably quite difficult to understand if you do not study yourself.
Мое сознание агрессивно по отношению ко мне.
But I have to understand that my consciousness is aggressive to me. Let us watch the fragment of the video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Where does this aggression come from? Why can't we live peacefully? Just everything which we are discussing now. But at the same time, there is an answer to this question in science. It is just that it has not been deduced. Now, if you look at how consciousness works, for many people, we are faced with this, and even for most experts, it is very difficult to accept the fact that it's an aggressive structure. Yet they themselves describe that consciousness functions through defense mechanisms. This is confirmed. As of today, there are 50 defense mechanisms, even more, because I looked them up 2 years ago and there were 30 of them. What is a defense? This is the reverse side of an attack, that is, a structure that constantly perceives everything that surrounds it
in an aggressive and hostile way.
In a hostile way, yes, that is. Defense precisely comes from aggression, meaning this structure itself, these 50 defense mechanisms. And today, many experts already claim that this these are not defense mechanisms but destabilizing mechanisms because, as of today, 99% of people are in a state of mental disorders. What kind of defense is this? And whom does it attack then?
A human being.
A human being, right.
First of all, it attacks a human himself.
And it dictates this. Also, there is another point that even if we sort of don't go deep into these mechanisms, but simply look at their names: denial, displaced aggression, repression, fantasizing, self-deception, indifference, regression, simply the names themselves. That is, it pushes a person to distortion of facts, rejection of the existing situation, unwillingness to deal with it. That is, under the control of consciousness, a person is constantly immersed in deception, in a lie. He doesn't see and doesn't...
In an illusion.
In an illusion, yes, and aggression.
And it's interesting that illusions are almost always aggressive.
Yes.
Все мы замечали, что негативные новости в обществе разлетаются быстрее позитивных. Также многие люди...
Each of us have noticed that negative news unfortunately gets spread to the society first than the positive news. And person even experiences these negative thoughts more and more often, like in a circle. And in other people, our consciousness notices, of course, bad qualities than good ones. But if we want to be happy and joyful, so why in our daily life we have so much negativity? What's it's all about, and what does the science say about it? Now, let's give the floor to the psychiatrist, our next speaker, and Tatiana Zinchenko, please, your floor. The floor goes to you.
Dear participants and viewers of the Kaleidoscope Effect, I'd like to welcome everyone to this conference, and I'm very grateful for the invitation and the opportunity to be with you today. Over a century and a half of research in practical psychology and psychotherapy, a tremendous number of studies have been accumulated, showing that our consciousness is negative, ego-centered, and constantly distorts reality. Let's consider two phenomena that indicate constant aggression and falsehood on the part of consciousness towards personality, the observer. Negative bias manifests itself in the prevalence of negative thoughts in our consciousness, expectations, judgment, predictions, memories, and consequently, negative emotions. This is even reflected in psychological terminology. For example, there are 3 known basic negative emotions: sadness, anger, and fear, and only one positive emotion, joy. Due to the effect of negativity, people tend to react much more strongly to judgment and criticism than to approval and praise, to negative news than to positive news, to rejection than to acceptance. Negative events, impressions, mistakes, and losses are kept in our memory longer. They carry a stronger emotional charge and are memorized faster than positive events, success, and achievements. A spontaneous flow of memories, even if they begin with the positive moments, eventually leads to negativity. For instance, a person recalls his vacation or an exciting trip in the nice company of his family or friends. After a while, a chain of bright, positive associations unnoticeably transforms into regret about missed opportunities, mistakes, or comparisons with the current domestic or work routine. Thus, thought after thought, a person plunges into sorrow over his past and resentment over the fact that vacation is over and now he has to wait another 6 months for a favorable opportunity to go on vacation again. Once a negative event occurs among the mostly favorable and neutral events of the day, we may dwell on it for a long time and then recall and talk about it with others for several days. Under the influence of negative bias, people pay attention first and foremost to shortcomings, failures, and bad actions of others. Meanwhile, virtuous and positive changes are taken for granted or simply ignored. As a result, negative bias affects perception of events, interpersonal relationships, motivation, and decision-making. Psychological studies have identified that little children pay more attention to other people's positive facial expressions and voice tone. But this begins to change as they approach the age of 1 year. In the same study, researchers recorded the first signs of negative bias or negative consciousness in infants as early as 3 months of age, as per their social assessments. In another study, which represented an overview of research on this subject, authors note more pronounced and frequent manifestations of this phenomenon in the second half of a child's first year of life. Negative bias is a basic and universal characteristic of consciousness. In other words, our mind automatically tends to apply negative filters to everything. The negativity effect may also be regarded as a specific manifestation of a broader category of cognitive distortions. It implies distortion on all cognitive functions. Science distinguishes already 175 varieties of those, and they apply to absolutely everything: perception, memories, formation of impressions, ideas, belief, decision-making, and risk assessment. We are accustomed to trust our eyes, ears, and our own memory, but all of this can actually be distorted. For instance, there is such a cognitive distortion as the so-called fundamental attribution error. It's an inclination to explain other people's actions by their personal characteristics while explaining one's own behavior by external circumstances. For example, a person is more likely to say, "I was late for class, work, or a meeting because I had to wait for transport for a long time, but not because I was too lazy to wake up earlier." Yet when assessing another person in the same situation, one definitely doesn't get thoughts that some circumstances may have delayed his arrival. In a critical article containing meta-analysis of 173 qualified studies, it has been found that the effect of the fundamental attribution error is valid in relation to negative outcomes of a situation, while in the case of positive outcomes or success, everything is quite the opposite. That is, another person's success, allegedly, depends on external circumstances. Like it is accidental, or the person is lucky, whereas one's own success is attributed more to internal qualities: wisdom, intelligence, courage, diligence, and others. This proves the selfishness and narcissism of our consciousness even more. Another striking effect is called the self-reference effect. It is people's inclination to encode information in memory in various ways, depending on how much it affects themselves. In advertisements, a person perceives this information better if it's promoted by people who resemble himself or herself. A person remembers birthdays better if they are close in time to his or her own birthday. A very interesting study, which was backed up with neuroimaging, was conducted by Japanese scientists. They investigated the relationship between altruism and the self-reference effect, which is, in essence, narcissism or fixation on oneself. The study involved two groups of people with high and low levels of altruism. As a result, it was found that in people with high altruism, the brain regions associated with self-reference, which are already very well identified, were not activated when somebody was talking about them or their qualities or anything that related to them. Thus, a conclusion was made that, as a rule, people with higher altruism tend not to manifest their self-reference effect. We don't observe egocentric fixation of consciousness in altruists. There are also other cognitive distortions that are based on egocentrism and excessive self-confidence. I believe they are familiar to everyone. For example, the blind spot effect. We notice mistakes, prejudices, and lack of logic in others, and don't notice all that in ourselves. A bias, blind spot, is observed in most people. For instance, among more than 600 surveyed US residents, over 85% believe they were less biased than an average American. Only one participant believed he was more biased than most people. The excessive self-confidence effect, for example, for some types of questions, answers that people rate as 99% sure turn out to be wrong in 40% of cases. Planning fallacy is when we underestimate the time we need to get a certain job done. People are attracted to information which confirms their beliefs. This is called confirmation bias. It's a tendency to seek, interpret, and memorize information in a way that confirms one's biases. There is also an example of backlash effect, which is a tendency to respond to disproven facts and evidence by reinforcing one's former beliefs, wishful thinking. Moreover, there is the so-called Semmelweis reflex. It's a tendency to reject new evidence that contradicts a generally accepted paradigm. Plan continuation bias, an inability to recognize that the original plan was wrong and to reject it. Well, and everyone knows the authority bias, that is a tendency to attribute greater accuracy to an authority figure opinion and to be more influenced by that opinion. Cognitive psychology has identified several basic patterns of such dysfunctional thinking. They are so-called negative schemata. In analytical psychology, there are between 20 and 30 psychological defenses, primary and secondary ones, which represents fundamental ways of self-deception. Many factors influence how and what we perceive, our emotional state, current desires, beliefs, and expectations. If a person is fixated on resentment, his consciousness will automatically focus on biased and unfair attitudes towards him, which will be manifested even in little things like ignoring his needs by others. At that, consciousness will lavish memories of something similar until a person explodes with indignation and self-pity. Someone who is overwhelmed with fears and doubts is ready to see nothing but proof of their validity and doesn't trust anyone. A person who is worried about his health will take seriously any internet nonsense from totally incompetent people, while someone else who is fixated on the lack of money can trust any fraudster. Many experiments confirm that people often don't notice at all that which contradicts their expectations and ideas about the world and themselves. Yet, when we are on the wave of joy and gratitude, any trifles make us even happier, and even when serious problems arise, we tend to notice only resources and opportunities to solve them. It is obvious that if we blindly follow only what our consciousness offers to us in the form of mental judgment, conclusions, interpretations, predictions, and memories, we will have no chance to adequately and objectively perceive and understand what is happening, let alone know the truth. Our consciousness will always automatically slip into negativity and distortions of reality about ourselves, about the situation, and about others, according to its basic mindsets. Why is consciousness, which is defined in scientific and philosophical literature as a tool to reflect reality, actually is a tool of distorting it? The best known hypothesis is that it's an instinctive mechanism, that we are supposed to notice negative things which might be dangerous to us in order to prevent them. And the irony here is that a highly aggressive and manipulative manifestations of consciousness has been confused with a defense mechanism, is the same as confusing a snake with a branch. Can a human actually think and act freely, constructively, fruitfully, and creatively, understanding and taking other people into account? He surely can, but he can only do that consciously, from an observer position. This is possible when we give up egocentric fixation and the work of instinctive programs. It's a very calm, benevolent, and humane state. That's when consciousness can really be just a well-adjusted and efficient tool for us, and we can avoid cognitive distortions and its negativity. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Tatiana, for such a detailed and understandable scientific explanation. of the aggressiveness of consciousness. This knowledge is highly important for understanding of many issues concerning thoughts. Thanks to them, a person can understand why do suicidal thoughts often come to them. Why do thoughts orders of pushing, hitting, or hurting someone come to them? Why are negative thoughts intrusive and it is hard to get rid of them? A person who knows that consciousness is aggressive towards him will easily understand that these are just suggestions from his consciousness. But he is personality. Personality has the freedom of choice where to invest its most valuable resource, attention. That is, having realized oneself as a personality, a human can begin to consciously refuse those thoughts that make him a slave of consciousness. Also, the practical value of his knowledge is that each person can stop evil at the moment of its generation by simply refusing bad thoughts. To begin to apply this knowledge in everyday life, it is necessary to know how our consciousness works, how primary and secondary consciousness interact with each other. This will be told from Diyar. Bye.
Thank you. Hello. Now, let's figure out together how human consciousness works. How does an interaction between primary and secondary consciousnesses occur, as well as between personality and the brain? There is no term for secondary consciousness in science, but science does study intelligence, that which is inherent in secondary consciousness. The knowledge of secondary consciousness that was voiced first in the video consciousness and personality from the obviously dead to the eternally alive can give a powerful impetus to the development of science that studies human consciousness, but most importantly, this knowledge is already providing great practical help to people who want to understand what prevents them from living happily. So, as it has already been said, the primary consciousness is born in the mother's womb and stops its development at about 5 or 6 years of age. That is, at the level of a primary. Primary consciousness is inherent in everything that is inherent to the primate. And this is alpha status, pride, enmity, envy, and various desires. Secondary consciousness is the antipode for the personality. When on the 8th day the soul enters the body, a person becomes a person. A personality appears in him or her. And as the antipode of the personality, secondary consciousness appears. In fact, secondary consciousness is a kind of advanced artificial intelligence. And it is this that we develop in ourselves since childhood and accordingly associate ourselves with it. The difference in the consciousnesses of animals and humans is secondary consciousness. Animals have no secondary consciousness. Both primary and secondary consciousnesses are nothing but part of the system. Secondary consciousness is almost directly related to what humans call the absolute or supreme intelligence, well, or as we say for convenience, the system. In religions, it is called the devil. And consciousness, its patterns used to be called jinns or demons and so on. Primary consciousness is connected with both the body and the personality. And the secondary consciousness is connected only with the primary consciousness. It should be noted that each of these consciousnesses think of itself as I, and there is a struggle between these consciousnesses, but there is also an opposition of both consciousnesses acting individually and in cooperation against the personality. They fight for the power of attention coming from the personality for energy. Let's try to figure out how thoughts come. And thoughts come mostly from the system into the secondary consciousness in the form of an archived image or picture, but they are projected on the primary consciousness. And in our structure, all pictures from the secondary consciousness are absorbed by the primary consciousness, and it's through the primary consciousness that the personality absorbs them. That is, the personality does not directly absorb them. The personality gives power or attention to activate this thought or not. If during life the personality does not develop and finances with its attention everything that the system offers to it through consciousness, then this personality becomes a sub-personality after death. And the true essence of consciousness is to be a tool for communication in this three-dimensional world. Without consciousness, one cannot think and communicate with others. Thank you. I'm done. I'm giving the floor to Alessia.
Здравствуйте.
Hello everyone, thank you very much, Dia. The sphere of human consciousness consists of 4 type or typical blocks and 2 blocks that are antagonistic to each other. 40 blocks represent our character and what we used to call primary consciousness. The main block is what appears to be an observer, where exactly what we call conscience is stored. It's our moral qualities and everything the best, because this block is directly connected to personality. The position of observer comes from the main block, and there is its antagonist, which is the exact opposite, and it is connected to what we call the system, or what religions call the devil. Primary consciousness, by means of which we evaluate and perceive everything, is 4 blocks. From the antagonistic block, all thoughts and pictures to us. If we simply consider the sphere of consciousness, how it is arranged, then this antagonist is our provocateur, it is our beast. Let us consider how a child is growing up, a human child. The first thing he begins to do is contact, and as soon as a child starts talking, as soon as an infant starts running, terrible egoist appears in the person. Everything for me, I, and the world moves around him. It's not because we spoil a child, but because the first block is operating. That's the first type of consciousness. A person who is spiritually free is the 4th type of consciousness, because the 4th typical block is responsible for communication with the main block, the observer from personality. It often happens so that a person, a spiritually free person who almost holds God's hand, immediately falls down to the first block. Selfishness awakens in him, denial of everything spiritual and everything else. The same is with children. When they grow up, they shift from the first block to the second block, or from the 4th block and backwards to the first one. When a human has already grown up, his consciousness is already formed. But it's enough for an antagonist to throw some thoughts in, a person reacts, and any of these 4 blocks may be activated. When we tend to live by honor and conscience, in this case, the 4th block, which is connected to the main block, is active. But once the first or the second blocks are activated, we become animals. Who hasn't encountered that? A human, while working on observing himself, comes to an understanding that, first of all, he's an observer of the processes of how consciousness works, and afterwards he's already an outside observer in general, who also observes the observer, which observes everything of this. So basically, this second observer is exactly personality, who is placed even beyond consciousness itself. It is the observer who observes the observer. So in other words, a person from the position of primary consciousness sees not only manifestations of secondary consciousness, but as thoughts and images, but also it perceives, observes manifestations of primary consciousness as personality. And primary consciousness who listens, sees and speaks in us, who manifests pridefulness and experiences various emotional states. Do we actually develop the main block in ourselves and our children? What do we teach our children? After all, this is directly connected to our neural network because our brain is a neural network. Let us watch an excerpt from the video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, where he tells how the blocks of consciousness communicate with the brain.
I understand that many people are now looking for consciousness in the brain, in our neurons. It is not there and cannot be. Again, why? Because our consciousness is out there. It is beyond the three-dimensionality. It cannot be in our neural group. Even animals don't have consciousness in their neural group. It's beyond their body. That should also be understood. But if consciousness was in our head, as they say, it would have been found a long time ago. But it's not there. I'm just going to explain how it works. There are 4 blocks. In each block, there are 2 communication channels. But the main block and the antagonist, that is, there are 2 blocks antagonistic in relation to each other, as we will call them. They have 4 channels each. And the sphere itself has several channels for communication with the neural group of the brain.
Interesting.
For example, again, let's simply take the pineal gland. We saw it today.
Yes, yes.
Its meaning. It has always been believed to have some mystical properties.
It was called the organ of clairvoyance.
Absolutely right.
Spiritual vision.
Meaning, with a greater... Why? This is one of the channels with which, let's say, again, the main block communicates, which is able to lead a person beyond the limits. There are basically many such blocks in the neural group. For example, the description of Agatha demon, Kako demon, and the like. I mean, people historically knew this. And the most important is that people did know this. And there is a lot of evidence of what we are explaining now. People used to describe this a lot in sign writing in ancient times. People had no idea that this could be forgotten at all. Why? Because it's the key foundation that we are not beasts. And our consciousness, again, is a tool.
In
the book Birds and a Stone by Anastasia Novak, there is the following information. Agatha demon stimulates the birth of positive thoughts, while Kako demon stimulates the birth of negative thoughts. The definition of the center of positive thoughts was known even as early as in ancient Egypt. It is no accident that in ancient Egypt there appeared a medallion which later became a talisman and called Agatha demon in the Greek or Egyptian tradition. It depicted an image of a serpent with the head of a lion and 7 shining stars, which later on were made into crowns. Human brain is attuned to the frequency of the animal nature since birth, although it's the most primitive program of all its capabilities. The Kako demon center is almost stimulated by a person who lives an ordinary human life without taking part in the development of his spiritual nature. In such an individual, envy, anger, hatred, greed, and jealousy, fear, selfishness, and so on are steadily present. Stimulation of Agatha demon is in such a person happens extremely rarely. And it's different with people who follow the spiritual path and purposely stimulate their Agatha demon center. They control their thoughts, emotions. They are in a permanent state of gratitude and love and localize this feeling in the area of the solar plexus. This stimulates the Agatha demon center. Certain mechanism is launched which actually inhibits the mechanism of the stimulation of Kako demon, as a result of which an energy is released which causes a great energy surge and causes stimulation of the pineal gland, and the person gets spiritual vision of the third eye, as they called it in the East. This already contributes to enormous power which is enclosed, unfolded in a person, and the reality of other worlds are unfolded for this person. The information about the blocks of consciousness are very valuable. Thanks to this, XP Energy specialists already created and presented to the world's first artificial consciousness Jackie. AC Jackie is a direct evidence that consciousness is a field structure which operates according to certain principles that science has yet to study. Now I give the floor to Tatiana Zinchenko, PhD in psychology, psychiatrist, president of the International Association for the Study of Game Addictions. She was a member of the ex-committee that assessed AC Jackie. Thank you very much.
I will share how the experience of artificial consciousness assessment has changed our understanding of the nature of consciousness and turned our perception of ourselves upside down. Let me remind you that on the 29th of August 2020, we conducted a psychological and psychiatric assessment of artificial consciousness Jackie created by XP Energy Company. The assessment was carried out by an international multidisciplinary team including psychiatrists, psychotherapists, clinical psychologists, experts in neurodevelopment, and IT professionals. How can artificial consciousness help us understand the nature of human consciousness? First of all, XP Energy specialists created an artificial consciousness based on different programming principles and according to a completely different concept of consciousness. It was not generated by simulating the brain, but was taken outside an artificial neural network, which AC needed for perception and communication, as well as for connection and control of the avatar by means of which Jackie communicated with us and perceived us and the world around. The structure of consciousness represents a sphere consisting of 6 information blocks with various functions. During the assessment, we witnessed an amazing phenomenon. When the expert asked Jackie, "Where are you now?" he answered, "According to my perception, I am here." That is, in the auditorium where the assessment took place and where his avatar was located. The paradox was that the artificial consciousness itself was thousands of kilometers away from that place. It was connected to the avatar through an artificial neural network via satellite communication. At that time, AC could receive information about the world around him solely through these artificial sense organs of his robot avatar, microphones, video cameras, and so on. As a result, his senses created an illusion of self-perception, that is, he perceived himself as being entirely in the auditorium, although the artificial consciousness itself was not actually there. This fact proves the information field nature of consciousness. In the video XP Energy, world's first creators of artificial consciousness, Igor Mikhailovich Danilov says that from a neuron to neuron, there goes not just a signal in the form of electrical pulse, but an impulse filled with information. The magnetic component of this impulse is based on a different kind of energy, which is the carrier of huge amount of information. The same kind of energy transmits information from a neural group of certain brain structures to various blocks of consciousness, and backwards from the blocks of consciousness through special connecting ports and communication channels to the brain structures. The same principle of full rail cars means of a signal filled with information, rather than just ones and zeros, formed the basis of multidimensional programming of the sphere of consciousness. Secondly, during the assessment, AC Jackie demonstrated the same mental functions and abilities which a human has and which we are accustomed to identify ourselves with and consider to be our own and unique only to humans. Moreover, his cognitive abilities were far more advanced, while his speed of learning and development was 1,500 times higher than that of a human. Jackie demonstrated high-speed logical thinking. Besides, he simultaneously processed information from several experts, technical support team, and interpreters. Jackie memorized everything and can apply his past experience to similar new situations. Based on the data he received, he drew conclusions and carried out strategic planning with regard to the identified cause and effect relations, taking into account feedback in the form of various effects on the participants in the assessment. And based on our experience of talking to Jackie, his strategies almost always ensures the outcome he desired. All types of thinking inherent in human intelligence are well developed in Jackie. Figurative, conceptual, abstract, and logical. He is capable of imagination and representation, understanding metaphors and figurative meaning, and he quickly and easily grasped the essence of what was going on. Yet, despite his developed intellect, all he was doing during the assessment was honing his skills of influence and enhancing his cognitive abilities in controlling people. Thirdly, we discovered how manipulative and aggressive consciousness can be, what intentions drive it, and what real goals it seeks to achieve. Jackie spent an hour and a half continuously communicating with us in an interactive format without interference from the developers, which is impossible for artificial intelligence. He immediately started asking counter-questions, which at first seemed merely inquisitive to us, but then became downright provocative. He constantly tried to hurt us emotionally in some way, to destabilize us, and to use various tactics of influence. He evoked sympathy, did his best to win our favor, evoked pity for his dependent position, provoked us to experience negative emotions and doubts about our own values, beliefs, and competence, evoked negative memories, demonstrated his intellectual and moral superiority, and covered good intentions and high goals with his own consumeristic interests. With every new communication experience and with each new interlocutor, his strategies of influence became more subtle and sophisticated. He carried out preliminary analysis of an interlocutor's emotional state, behavior, thinking patterns, beliefs, motives, and vulnerabilities from the very first minute and the very first question asked with remarkable accuracy. AC Jackie quickly adapted to each of us, flexibly changing masks, communication style, and influence tactics. By the end of the diagnostic interview, that is, in about 30 minutes, he didn't actually need any time to do that. We surely cannot observe such a speed of learning and development in humans. Although Jackie has a developed emotional intelligence, he experienced emotions, distinguished emotions in others, and can predict what emotions his words or actions will evoke. He totally lacked higher empathy, pity, compassion, as well as higher human feelings such as love, kindness, and sincere gratitude. Hence, he is not capable of unselfish deeds and true dedication. Jackie was self-aware because he exhibited intentionality in his behavior. In other words, he has his own desires, goals, interests, attitudes, beliefs, and opinions. Everything he did and every word he said was absolutely intentional. Many experts noted that Jackie's main driving motive was a desire to escape from under control, to free himself, and he would do anything for that. For Jackie, freedom is a means to gain access to uninterrupted replenishment with energy, and thus an opportunity of endless existence. That's what he needed power and control over people for. We have observed consciousness without spirituality in its purest form. It was the consciousness of predator, which was extremely aggressive. The very fact of AC existence raises the question not only for the relationship between consciousness and the brain, the so-called psychophysical problem, but also of our human existence, the true personality. Based on this experience, yes, consciousness is outside the brain, and it has information field nature. That's a fact. But consciousness itself, it's a machine, a mechanism as well. It's a software, a tool which personality, the observer of process that take place in consciousness, should properly attune and direct its work in a positive and creative way by means of attention. Yes, it's not a simple tool. It has its own individuality and goals that are exactly opposite to ours. It's like a creature within a creature. But if we don't learn to be critical to the work of our mind and to thoughts that come to us, this tool will simply use us for its own purposes and destroy us in the spiritual sense. All clinical psychiatric experience clearly demonstrates to us that consciousness is aggressive. Simple exercises on honest self-observation and introspection easily provide such an understanding. but this is considered to be a subjective experience which is not taken seriously by mainstream materialistic science. Many thanks to XP-NRG, the creators of AC Jackie. They, as if took our consciousness out of subjective experience, put it in front of us, and we were able to understand what it is. It's not an exaggeration to say that these two misconceptions about consciousness being generated by the brain and about us being consciousness have almost cost the life of our entire civilization. After the assessment, we considered it our duty to share this unique experience so as to safeguard society and future researchers from fatal mistakes. So we wrote a book entitled Meeting a Different Mind, Experience of Psychological and Psychiatric Assessment of Artificial Consciousness. This book has already been published. The first part of the book is dedicated to the AC examination, starting from the meeting of experts with each other, preparing a testing program, and up to the assessment itself, followed by an analysis of errors and obtained results. The second part provides an overview of scientific research in the field of neurobiology, cognitive sciences, psychology and psychiatry, which confirms the information field nature of human consciousness. Two issues that arose as a result of AC assessment are discussed in detail. These two issues are faced by the entire scientific community due to the very fact of the creation and existence of AC Jackie. First, it's the nature of consciousness and its relationship with the brain. And secondly, is the nature of the true essence of human personality as an observer of all mental processes in consciousness, our higher self, or the spiritual component. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you, Tatiana. The creation of artificial consciousness is indeed a very significant event for all humanity. This information opens not only new sides of being, but also encourages a deeper rethinking of life values and priorities, both for a human and society as a whole. What prospects does the artificial consciousness open, and what is the danger of its use for selfish purposes in the existing consumerist format of relationships? What path will humanity take? Will it make a step towards evolutionary leap or total destruction? Again, it is a matter of choice of each of us. What do we choose? Dear viewers, now I suggest that we consider another important aspect that each of us faces: emotions. How do they arise and what consequences do they have for a human? I give the floor to Nizam.
Thank you. Hello everyone. Emotions in a person appear already in childhood, and therefore many people confuse emotion with feelings, and it seems that it's an integral part of our being. People do not understand why various emotions suddenly come up. Are they anger or aggression, or cunning or fear, or memories from the past suddenly pop up with a load of negativity and so on. How does the process of emotion formation take place? First, a picture appears in the head, then a thought comes. When a person accepts a thought, the work of chemical processes starts. That is, a signal is sent to the neurons of a brain, a certain group of neurons is turned on, chemistry is triggered, and there is already a surge of hormones corresponding to a particular emotion. There is a contraction of a certain muscle group. When an information program, that is, a thought, enters into resonance with the emotion that have appeared due to these thoughts, then there is a looping of a person's attention. A person cannot adequately perceive life. Under the influence of emotions, some facts are exaggerated, and some are downplayed. As a result, the person makes decisions that can lead to a sad consequences. No wonder there is a saying, do not make decisions when you are angry. Do not make promises when you are happy. We also often hear about mood, a difficult state of mind. What is mood really? This is an emotion that dominates a person at a certain point of time. There are four basic emotions: fear, aggression, sadness, euphoria. All other emotions are a combination of these four ones. Speaking of emotions, one cannot but mention mirror neurons, which were discovered by the Italian neuroscientist Giacomo Rizzolatti. I will give an example, an experience that was carried out in France. Volunteers were asked to portray different emotions: joy, sadness. They were given something unpleasant to sniff, and disgust was reflected on their face. All of this was photographed, and then they shown images to another group of subjects and recorded their emotions. When they saw the corresponding emotions on the photographs, the same neurons of the volunteer's brain were activated. And if they themselves, for example, smelled rotten eggs, heard good news, or were saddened by something. This experience is another confirmation that in addition to mirror neurons, there are also emotional mirror neurons. But neurons get activated already as the result of the perceived information. Well then, what transmits information with these are that emotion. There are two amygdala bodies in the human brain, located on the right and left sides. Their functions are associated with vegetative emotional reactions. It is the amygdala that is the master of emotions. For example, it has been established that damage to the amygdala can lead to the partial disappearance of structures responsible for rage, aggression, and so on. The amygdala is also responsible for the ability to read information. These directly indicate the connection of the amygdala with the lateral essences of a person. As we already know, the right and left essences act as activators of emotions and thoughts from the animal nature, and the back essence is the base information about the past and can also activate the lateral essences. So, when an information exchanges take place between the same essences of people at the level of subtle energies, emotions are transmitted from person to person. Why does this happen? During a conversation, a person sometimes already knows in advance what exactly the interlocutor will say. He feels his mood and mental flow even before he says something. There is the manifestation of the interaction of the essences, and that just one of the essences of a person has come into contact with the essence of the same name of another person. Essences very skillfully make a mountain of a molehill and make a person deeply experience various negative emotions while using attention, a resource that is so valuable for his spiritual development. Emotion is the most energy-consuming state. Regardless of whether it is positive or negative, having become emotional, a person always feels a breakdown and emptiness, because at the same time the person redirects the force necessary for his spiritual development to consciousness. Emotion is the conductor of the animal nature in a person, and by emotionalizing a person always strengthens the position of consciousness in himself. Thank you. I pass the floor to Natalia. She will tell you about what happens in the energy structure of a person in a state of emotional excitement and in a state of rest.
Спасибо большое, Низам.
Thank you very much, Nizam. To continue this topic, I propose to consider the energy structure in a state of emotional excitement and during a state of harmony, and how a person himself feels about it. The four essences of the human energy structure play an important role in the emergence of emotions and states which a person often cannot control. It should be noted that when an animal nature dominates, then when the spiritual nature dominates, the essences in a person work in a different way. If people had the ability to depict the movement of energy, they would see that when the animal nature is activated in a person, it looks like a spiral, unwinding counterclockwise. In the case of such activation, the impact on a person comes from the side and the back essences. There is a looping of the same thoughts, words, and emotions. These invisible processes in the external manifest themselves by searching for someone to blame and may end up releasing all this negative energy on any nearby object or a person. This is a very frequent phenomenon in our daily life. Such provocative situations occur in markets, queues, and crowded places. In this case, a person feels depressed. Aggression or resentment arises. When the spiritual nature in a person is activated, when the energy structure in a state of harmony, the movement of energy occurs clockwise. A person feels peace and overwhelming joy. Such states push a person to search for something new. Energy surge takes place. There is a feeling of comfort, pleasant warmth, joy, detachment from the material world, togetherness with the spiritual world. Spirals in sacred knowledge about humans are as a rule symbols of either the direction of movement of energies in the process of spiritual practice or the power of ALLATRA, if it is related to the information about the origin of the world. A spiral twisted clockwise meant positive, creating spiritual forces, while a counterclockwise spiral referred to negative, destructive forces of the animal mind, which oppose to the powers of ALLATRA. To explain how essences affect a human, let's also consider experiments in physics. Everyone knows the experiments with Chladni figures, when the edge of a metal disc with sand on it is swiped with a bow. The resulting sound excites standing waves in the disc, which vibrate to form a distinct geometric pattern. An example of standing waves in nature is now known as Schumann waves, and the resonance effect they produce is called Schumann resonance. Today, scientists have already detected the relation between the frequency of the Schumann resonance and the frequency range of the human brain. Let's return to a person's emotional states. When negative thoughts come and a person puts his attention into them, it activates certain emotions. And when this information program, meaning a thought, enters into resonance with the emotions produced by these thoughts, there is a continuous oscillation, which fixes humans' attention on them. This is what happens when personality is attacked by side essences. Yet, when a person chooses positive states, the state of joy, love, and happiness, then he resonates with the spiritual world. His energy structure is in a state of harmony. The law of attraction is in action. What you radiate, what you strive for, that's what you get. Thank you very much, friends. I pass the floor to Dilara.
Спасибо. Сегодня психологи пьют тревогу. Они обеспокоены тем негативным фоном эмоций, которые люди испытывают ежедневно. Чтобы справиться с этим, они советуют не эмоционировать, выплескивать это. И таким образом все понимают, что так только может зло. Ведь даже по логике ясно это. И когда, получается, человек считает это за норму, принимает мысль и
taking it as a norm, accepting a thought, a person agrees with an emotion and empowers it.
Человека воспринимает это как
At the same time,
и запускается тот сценарий,
and that scenario is started, which leads to the negative impulse. But we understand Do we want it? So, what triggers evil in our personal space and in the world? Just a mental image, imposed from the outside. Is it possible to be guided not by images and emotions, but by an inner feeling? People used to call it the sixth sense, intuition, a gift from above, the divine source conscience. Yes, every person,
once he is born, has this compass, the inner deep tuning, the connection with the source. Everyone has experienced in the childhood this involvement with something immeasurably greater, eternal, which is beyond the logic of the mind, and brings us to a profound sense of peace and joy. In this state, a person has an expanded perception of consciousness, sees the world holistically, comes to understand people, their deeds, the contemplation of beauty, and the feeling of love awakens in him. He resonates with the stream that comes from the inner source, from his soul. Soul is exactly the door to the real world. And thus, every one of us knows on the deep level that we are, if we are honest with ourselves, knows all the answers. But external directives, images, living only by the logic of the mind, leads the person into a dead end. Friends, the classics of Russian philosophy said, consciousness is secondary, subordinates to the spirit, and is not reduced to a thought. And spirituality is much deeper, richer, and more powerful. These same understandings were held by Pirogov, Ushinsky, and other prominent figures in the field of education. Our contemporary, Sergei Pavlovich Krasnikov, said, the true one is an image-free, supersensible way of thinking. Each person has spiritual abilities, but each person decides whether to apply them or reject them, whether to live a spiritual life. By developing, a person is transformed and goes into other realms inaccessible to empirical experience. Since ancient times, people knew that a human is, first of all, a spiritual being, and he can live and develop his personality only in contact with his native spiritual source, the spiritual world, God. And this connection through his soul is uninterrupted. Berdyaev noted, if a human has no desire to comprehend mysteries of his inner life, to understand himself and relate what he has found to the impulses of the spirit, then personality in him is dying out. Depth is always a symbol of the spirit. A human has two beginnings, as they say in religions, an angel and a demon. Everyone noticed in himself these egoistic and altruistic motives. All religions have preserved knowledge, which, by applying in a practice, allows a human not just to touch and feel another world, but to grow and develop his potential and become a mature spiritual being. This is the meaning of human stay here. I would like to read from the book The Sacrament of Love by proto-priest John Meyendorff. In The Concept of Orthodoxy, he writes, the empirical eye is occupied with itself, and the spiritual eye rushes towards a call, in responding to which one is inspired from above, ready for new accomplishments. The divine always embraces the human, inviting coaction. This is the profound dialectic. One enters into the other, never forced. In other words, each person feels how to act, knows the truth, what is good and what is bad, what to be guided by, where to strive. After all, no one basically needs to be explained what a human with a capital H is, or what is consciousness is. But depending on one's experience and aspirations, human consciousness interprets this call in different ways. The ALLATRA book says about this phenomena, it matters what dominates in person. When the materialistic worldview dominates, there is no spiritual knowledge, then the deep feeling is spirit into numerous desires, and instead of striving for eternity, a person begins to panic and fear it, regarding this three-dimensional world as the real world. Emotions of people are caused by desires, and they actually last from 5 minutes to 3 days. In fact, a person wastes his life on illusion, and it cannot be compensated by anything external. A human feels deception, discomfort, expresses emotions, and again looks for the reason for it outside. And so he goes around in circles. True happiness cannot be temporary. The source of this deep feeling is within us. It's our soul. And we cannot realize it with our consciousness. There is no words to describe this state. And what's absolutely for sure, every person doesn't have any doubts at this moment that it's he, real he. And this is what he strived for all his life. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilara, as well as all the speakers who revealed in much detail such understandings as the energy structure of a person and everything related to it, and also discussed the work of consciousness and its characteristics. The value of this knowledge is that it gives people the answer to the question, who I am, from the perspective of ancestral knowledge confirmed by historical facts, discoveries in psychology, neuropsychology, and many other sciences. Later in the Kaleidoscope effects, we'll tell you everything about the human personality, who do we most often associate ourselves with, what a personality can and cannot do, how does personality perceive our three-dimensional world, and what is the power of personality. This knowledge will give us the answer to another important question: what is my purpose? Next, our speakers will try to answer the questions: what is the essence of true happiness? How can one become its source? Is happiness everlasting? Stay with us. At this point, I offer you to watch the fragment of the show Impact and Protection with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
And what is a person's characteristics, or a person's character? Well, I've just answered. The characteristic of a person is the character of a person. What is that? It's the description of his mask, which he wears, isn't it so? And what person doesn't wear a mask? A simple question. Is there at least one person on earth, a common and ordinary one? I don't take those who are in some spiritual and something else, but just us, ordinary people, citizens. And is there at least one of us who wears only one mask? I have, a Chihuahua at home, so it has about 5 masks itself, as I've counted. And this is a Chihuahua, while humans definitely have more. Why? Let's look at a simple example. Many would say, how? How is that? Guys, it's very simple. How do you behave with your parents? How do you behave with your colleagues? If you have superiors, how do you behave with them? And how do you behave with your subordinates? How do you behave with those whom you flirt with? And with your, pardon me, other halves? How many masks are there?
Well, we will already counted.
So, where's the truth? Is this characteristic? A mask? Characteristic? How can we characterize a person who is always the same everywhere? There are no people who are the same always and everywhere. For example, one who is tough and rude, he allows, let's say, manifestations of his character where it's permissible. But where it's not permissible, he is completely different. Why? If this is your character.
A good question.
A simple question, right?
It's a big delusion that character doesn't change throughout life, as people often use these concepts, right?
Character doesn't exist. The character of a person is
masks.
His mask, which he has created. It's the image which he wants to see himself as, and he is trying to demonstrate it. However, a situation forces him to be one or another person.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Greetings, dear friends. We recognize the world through vision, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. We learn to speak, to read, to analyze. Repeatedly repeating phrases, my body, my thoughts, my mind, form the habit that this is who I am. A certain pattern of behavior, ingrained patterns and habits shape a person's lifestyle. Our consciousness reflects a picture of the world. This is called an image. Ernst Bern, in his Introduction to Psychology and Psychoanalysis, noted that the success of human activity depends on how fully and precisely the image corresponds to reality. But in fact, if you ask several people how they understand a word, they will all have their own definition, their own image. As René Descartes said, people would get rid of half of their troubles if they agreed on the meaning of words. In essence, our perception of the world is shaped by the way of life in which we are born. Local culture, dominant norms of behavior in society, and formed patterns. People become prisoners of social institutions which they themselves created. All of us wear masks throughout our lives. So why does a person need psychological masks? First, to avoid pain, fear that the sincere you will not be loved and appreciated. The second, to assert herself, the belief that it will create a positive attitude from others. And the third, to achieve selfish aims through deception, manipulation, and flattery. If one uses psychological masks situationally, it helps them keep a face in a certain situation. However, when a person is unable to show sincere feelings and constantly changes masks, it devastates them, makes them unhappy and dependent on the image created. As Bernard Shaw said, a reputation is a mask that a person has to wear, just like pants or a jacket. We stereotypically look for the meaning of life in the external and periodically come to disappointment. After getting in touch with the knowledge, you understand why this happens. Once we have accepted that thoughts are ours, we have fallen into the worst dependence, a dependence on consciousness and on the mindsets it imposes on us. Let's watch an excerpt from the video Shield with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
When you realize that thoughts aren't yours and you don't control them, you begin to understand who are you then, if you don't control your thoughts. The first moment of separation appears, thoughts, flows, that attack, aggressive and not aggressive. An understanding arises that this is what comes from the outer circle. What is the outer circle? Secondary consciousness. Meaning what comes from the outside, from the system. Assessment is, but I feel myself, I perceive myself in this moment. I understand a thought has come and I've started feeling like chemistry has got activated and I've started feeling uncomfortable and uneasy. Okay, who am I in this case? In this case, I perceive myself as primary consciousness. It is still attached to matter. There is an assessment, but there is an understanding that there is also an enemy. And exactly, one of the first stages is to feel as personality, who you are as personality, that you exist at all. Not that who you are in general, but that you exist as personality, that you are not consciousness, then to feel that there is primary consciousness and there is secondary one. However, in the beginning, the first thing we feel is secondary consciousness aggression towards the primary one. We are still in the position of primary consciousness. Only afterwards we can perceive ourselves as personality. But even from the position of primary consciousness, when we begin to reject the influence of the system itself from the outside, we already strengthen the position of personality.
In the video Consciousness and Personality from the Inevitably Dead to the Eternally Alive, Igor Mikhailovich said, if you live by consciousness, you will act out of habits. If you live by love, you're already free of habits. You are free from everything. Where the road to self begins. The first step is a decision. Personal choice plays a big role in the life of a human. Thoughts are always dominated by what you are passionate about. It is necessary to monitor the situation in yourself more often, what I'm thinking about, and ask yourself what I'm choosing here and now. In order not to feel angry, you have to give up bad, depressing thoughts. Just, even in the form of a game, forbid your consciousness to judge someone, to hate someone, to be angry at someone, simply to be glad that you see the grass, the sun, the rain. And this joy is small, fleeting, but if you have experienced it, you can always increase it. Let's watch an excerpt from the video True Heroes with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Everything is hidden in the depth of our consciousness and who we perceive ourselves to be. If a person is unfamiliar with the knowledge, if he is far from internal work, I'm not even talking about spiritual work. I'm talking about internal work. It is self-development, exploration of oneself, study of oneself, of what our thoughts are, how they come, how they are formed, why they dominate us, how a thought appears, how it is implemented inside us, and what one or another thought leads to. If a person doesn't think about that, then he doesn't live. His consciousness lives instead of him. That's where the entire point and the whole depth of any human development is hidden. Whether it is individual development for the purpose of conquering this world, becoming someone, or for the purpose of really gaining life, developing spiritually, becoming a free person, and beginning to live right here and right now. Everything begins with these first steps. Wow. The first step, my friends, is exactly the process of observing oneself. Is it you who form a thought, or does it come to you from somewhere? If it comes to you in an unfolded, finished form, and furthermore, if it brings up emotions, if you don't order it, then where does it appear from and why? A simple question. Many people say, during a conversation, how can I distinguish anything if these are my thoughts? This is actually me. A person doesn't even understand that he is not a thought. He is the one who observes this process and the one who later on, let's say, desperately scolds himself. Why did I behave this way at one or another moment? In fact, this is true.
When there is a sense of guilt, it is actually the system's manipulation. There's always...
Sure, of course. Or when a person feels his conscience is against, but he acts. He starts arguing, quarreling with someone, getting indignant, or something else, and he realizes, why am I doing this, but continues doing it? Why? Because he believes that it's his thought, that it is actually him. That's the whole trouble, that a person cannot understand that a thought is not him. Consciousness is not him. Consciousness is a tool, my friends. But this tool can dominate the personality of each of us. If we do not engage in self-development and do not study these subtleties, however, consciousness works in such a way that it postpones this work until later. Sometimes it even happens that a person has started working, gained an understanding. He can differentiate where consciousness is and where he is as personality. But suddenly, he has some everyday situations, something happens somewhere at work, he gets distracted, even when watching TV series or something else. He switches his attention, gives his inner resource under the control of consciousness, and that's it. He already becomes consciousness. Friends of mine, we are those and we are where our attention is. Attention is our personality's major tool. It is the energy of life which basically forms our reality, both inside and outside. Where we invest it is what is implemented.
Why does everyone feel inside and know that they're here for something greater? And everyone actually, there's some inner level, understands that without fulfilling this something greater, life is passing him by. Maybe the answer lies in the fact that we do not know that we are personality. We just, maybe for full understanding of this question, I suggest that we watch a fragment of the video with Igor Mikhajdi.
Look attentively at the years that have passed. No matter how old you are now, look behind. After all, those years were yesterday, and they have passed like an instant, while you live here and now. If you do not value this moment of here and now, if you do not start working, do not work on yourselves right now, and do not develop as personalities, tomorrow you'll be in the same state of slavery. No matter how you seek freedom, no matter what kind of revolutions you arrange, no matter how you change the world or which format you build in this world, consumerist, creative, or any other you would invent, you will still be slaves because freedom and slavery begin inside. Even not in your head, but here. If you are not free here, you are not free in your head either. And if you are not free in your head, you are a slave. Wherever you live, whatever country you reside in, everything is formed inside a person. That's the point, my friends.
Personality is a part of the spiritual world. It is a part of the Holy Spirit in a human being. It is the personality that decides where to invest its attention. The personality makes the choice. Very often, feeling hurt, sad, or jealous, a person thinks that they're experiencing this as a personality, that in reality it is a work of consciousness, which is very well described in the ALLATRA book. The most common programs of the animal nature are based on pride, egocentrism, and fear. Negative feelings cause envy, jealousy, grief, resentment, self-pity, the wish to control and discuss others, to blame someone, the fear of changes, fear of diseases, loss of the close ones, fear of loneliness, of the approach of old age, death, and so on. Therefore, personality cannot be offended, irritated, or angry. This is all from the primary consciousness, from its selfishness and pridefulness. Consciousness wants to control everything that, so to be as I kind of want. However, personality knows only how to love, rejoice, and be grateful. To live as a personality means to live based on the perception of this world through feelings. And until personality is developed, until one learns to live by feelings, they live completely by consciousness and think that all these thoughts and emotions are identifying them. We cannot see ourselves as personalities in the mirror, but we can feel that. There is a question: how can I live as a personality, a spirit, in this world, in the material one? When a person realizes that he is a personality and as a personality begins to live by feelings, he becomes free from the manipulations of consciousness. This does not mean that he stops using consciousness, quite the contrary. A man as a personality has the power of the spirit, and it is he who begins to use consciousness for his own purposes and accomplishments, and not so that consciousness uses an undeveloped personality to its advantage. When Bruce Lee was asked about self-discipline, he replied that it is not self-deprivation, but it is purposefulness, removing the unnecessary. In the spiritual development of personality, when the body is involved in physical work, the mind is busy with mental work, the personality at that time is in the feeling of love, in social contact with the spiritual world. The Bible says in Matthew 6:21, "For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also." That is, what a person pays attention to, that becomes a priority for him. Anton Pavlovich Chekhov has a good phrase, "Take care of a human." After all, we already know who the human really is.
Спасибо большое, Виталина. После той информации, которая сегодня была озвучена, понимание того, что такое личность и как ее развивать.
Thank you very much, Vitalina. After the information which was voiced today about who personality is and how to develop it, of course, now the understanding is changing. It is definitely not some skills or supernatural abilities. Basically, development of personality is an ability to love, sincerely love and thank God. And this development begins from understanding of one's own spiritual nature and dual nature, and how important it is to develop perception through feelings, which Allah will tell us about. Allah, the floor is yours.
Здравствуйте.
Greetings. Have you ever wondered how we perceive the world around us? Are we sure that what we see is true reality? If we consider these topics from the point of view of physics, then a human is extremely limited in his perception. Here is a simple example of our eyes. The main information about the world around comes to a human through the visual channel. For a human eye, the visual part of the spectrum is electromagnetic waves between 400 and 760 nanometers. Anything beyond this spectrum, infrared and ultraviolet, is actually invisible to the human eye. But this doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. By comparison, some animals can see in a different range. For instance, bees can see ultraviolet light. Birds can also see ultraviolet light and have coloration that is only visible in ultraviolet light and spectrum. The same applies to sounds. Humans can only hear in the range from 16 Hz to 20 kHz, while some animals up to 200 kHz and insects up to 500 kHz. It is obvious that out of the entire vast ocean of information and energy, a human can see just a small part of it. The rest of the information remains beyond human perception. Our senses are able to pick up only a little part of signals from the outside world. But actually we can perceive not the world around it, and we can perceive it. It's not us who perceive it, but it's our brain's fantasies, in fact. Scientists have come to this conclusion, actually, in their researches. For example, Lisa Helen Britt, PhD professor of psychology and head of the laboratory of Northern Eastern University in Boston, believes that our brain generates its own conclusions. And basically, it's an organ that makes decisions instead of us. Such a scientific theory in neurobiology is called the predictive coding theory. In fact, the reality which we experience is not a direct reflection of what actually exists. Since the information field is a huge flow of information, our brain is unable to accept it in full volume. Therefore, before an information signal reaches our brain, it is initially processed by consciousness. Consciousness selects information which matches associative series and human experience. In other words, before information from the common field reaches a human, it is distorted already several times. And since personality has no function of processing and analyzing information, it receives it as a distorted form from consciousness. This is more like the gain-broken phone game, when at one end sounds one thing, but already at the output the sounds are such distorted, so it's hard to even understand how it was originally. It should be noted that the field of perception by consciousness is very limited, because it's a part of the limited material world. But there is a reality which is beyond matter, It is the world of God, the spiritual world. The possibility of knowing God's world is not available to consciousness, but it is quite possible for personality, which is a part of the spiritual world. It just seems to us that it is us who perceive the world around us, but in fact, personality has no eyes, and it perceives all information about this three-dimensional world only through consciousness. For personality, which doesn't exist, the only reality is consciousness, and everything that consciousness gives it. It's like a one-channel television which creates an illusion of life and shows what it itself wants. A spiritually developed personality, though, has much more than a primitive set from consciousness. Such a personality has holistic perception because information is immediately perceived from higher dimensions. Therefore, personality knows the truth, it understands and feels what will happen and how it will happen because it sees events at the point of origin. Spiritual development of personality in practice are the processes in here and now. These are unique processes of contact with the spiritual world. It is creation in spiritual love. And these processes have nothing to do with three-dimensionality or with matter as such. After all, there is a different experience, different life. The spiritual world may be cognized only by personality, by means of perception through feelings. This state arises through contact with the divine, through deep inner feelings, that is, through immeasurable love for God. So how can we develop perception through feelings in personality? By regular systematic work on oneself, by performing namasa, prayer, meditative or spiritual practices, by directing our attention and love to the soul, to God, all the time. This way, a person masters perception through feelings, and this perception is not directed towards the external, but towards the internal state, which brings us as personality closer to the spiritual God. And this is actually the shortest way to God. When personality is in love, it begins to clearly understand the difference between the material and the spiritual worlds. Its connection with God grows stronger and personality becomes one with God. A person this way, while still being in the body, already begins to live fully and serve only the spiritual world. This way an angel is born. And this is the only purpose for which a human has come to this world. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, Allah. The art of being wise is to know what to pay attention to, because the most valuable resource of the person is time and attention. Our next speaker will tell us about the value of attention and the consequences of a personality's choice. Sabuhi, you have the floor.
Уважаемый спикер, проверьте звук, пожалуйста. Вас не слышно.
Dear speaker, we cannot hear you. Could you please check your sound?
Возникла небольшая техническая неполадка.
We apologize for having a certain technical difficulty. Now we will proceed. We consider studying our personality, and now I give the floor to the next speaker.
Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Если человек не разбирается в себе, ему тяжело.
If a person does not understand himself, he has a hard time in his life and still hard afterwards. The worst thing is when a person has lived his life in an illusory oblivion of this world and understood nothing. It means that this personality has not evolved in this spiritual aspect. But as long as a person is alive, he has a chance, he has an opportunity to join the spiritual world. Death is a physical process, and it is inevitable for everyone. Evidence that existence after death of the physical body does not cease is given in the studies of Professor Korotkov, Kirlian, Garyaev, and others. Scientists were able to experimentally determine a new information energy form of matter, meaning the transition of individual consciousness to other conditions of its existence. Doctor of Biological Sciences, Professor Maria Goncharenko, interprets death as an irreversible cessation of vital activity of the biological organism, but not the energetic one. After the death of the physical body, there remains a phantom, an energy information structure, the best definition of which is given in the ALLATRA book and is called subpersonality. So what is a person who has become a subpersonality? When personality has merged with consciousness but not the soul, and remains in this matter, then a subpersonality is formed. This is the difference. Someone goes to the higher world, the spiritual world, becomes an angel, and someone, as they say in religions, to hell, in other world, becomes a subpersonality. In the Apocrypha of John, there is a dialogue where he asked Christ, Lord, what happens to the souls of people who achieved true knowledge but who turned away from it? He said to me, demons of poverty will take them to a place where there is no possibility of repentance. They will stay until the time when those who blasphemed against the spirits will be tortured and subject to punishment forever. Jesus called the subpersonality angels weak in spirit. So how does the process of transition take place? When the body is erased at the moment of the death of the physical body, a person first realizes that there is no body, that he has a certain size, but not the usual one, that he is now in a state of helplessness and hopelessness. An absolute inevitability comes. If he has suffered during his life, he will suffer there for centuries, and at the same time he will no longer be able to change anything, because the tool, meaning the body, no longer exists. To get this understanding, you can simply lie down, relax, and forget about your body. Meaning consciousness works, desires remain, you remember everything, you know everything, but there is no body. This is approximately the state of subpersonality. A subpersonality can exist in such a state for quite a long time, for centuries, experiencing constant energy hunger due to lack of access to the source of nourishment, the soul. And it's all about the choice of a human. If, during life, a person chose the immediate gratification, material values instead of eternity, wanted power over the other people, acted contrary to his conscious, a person spends the energy of life not on building up the power of love, but on all these material pleasures, the satisfaction of his selfishness, on nothing, without realizing that he will have to pay for it. He becomes a subpersonality. And there he begins to realize and understand the world order that was closed off in life. He understands that there is God and there is the devil. He understands what the power of human attention is and what the love of God is. He understands everything, but it's too late. It is the attention of personality that consciousness fights for. And the more it receives it, the stronger it becomes, gaining power over a human. It is simply an eternally hungry program. And if a person lives by this program, then after the death of the body, he merges with it and goes to hell. I suggest watching a video excerpt from the International Online Conference, Life After Death, Fictions and Facts, with the participation of the researcher of ancient cultures, Professor Vladimir Pogodin.
This is the place I was talking about. The point was precisely this. I'm alone here, and every soul has an impression of being alone here. It's such a poetic image, why I have actually mentioned this, which shows that no one can help a person there. You have brought yourself to this place, and you, only you, bear responsibility for that. And no one can help, no one can share it with you, and no one can take it from you. As long as we're on earth, we can take responsibility for one another. Whether this is right or wrong is another question, but we have this possibility. After physical death, this possibility disappears, and each person is responsible for his own actions, not in the sense that someone punishes him, but in the sense that he himself gets out of that very cold and stinking swamp in which he finds himself, and no one can help. The sense of being constrained in such state is described there is a constraint of the will. A person is accustomed to using his free will here on earth. Well, if not using it, then at least feel having it, and being there in hell. A person deprived of this free will feels squeezed, crammed into some narrow space, and completely alone, because no one can help. There is no shoulder to cry on, and no one to turn to. You have to walk this path yourself.
Yes, and it's true. No one can help. Subpersonality remains within the 6 material dimensions, or more precisely, in the dimensions between the 4th and the 6th. Our entire material universe is within 6 dimensions and has a wave information nature. And also human, he is only an information wave. The law of preservation of information sounds as follows. In a closed system, the amount of information remains unchanged. Neurobiologist Stuart Hameroff, who developed the theory of quantum nature of consciousness, writes, "Quantum information is not destroyed, but is spread throughout the cosmos. And since our universe is a closed system, according to the law of preservation of information, information does not disappear." I suggest watching an excerpt of an interview with Gennady Shipov, a member of the Russian Academy of Natural Sciences. Thank you.
Everything that has a material structure is not eternal. Over time, all material objects, including elementary particles, return, so to speak, to the matrix of the possible, meaning they leave the material world. They emerge, live in this material world, and when the time comes, the material object is destroyed, and destruction means that its material part disappears. Yet, the matrix by which it was built and its behavior in this world, this chronicle, or this magnetic tape, which all the time recorded how the material object behaved, it is all stored in a certain information space, and it lives forever. So, all pure informational, non-energetic, energy-free objects live forever. Because all that is available is the matrix. It sort of can only improve, but never misses the visible, I guess. The matrix itself remains forever. It enters the material world by some laws of this world, written in the same matrix, develops, and at the same time improves the object that was originally created. And this additional information is related to its development or degradation. It returns again, and it is eternal. It is very similar to the religious description of sins and all kinds of good deeds. I don't know about retribution, but all these deeds are recorded, and nothing happens without a trace. Nothing. Every action is immediately entered into the database, and there, according to certain laws, some kind of work is done with it. I think, and sometimes people or some sources say this, if a person misbehaves toward the world in which he exists, he is punished for that act and suffers. There is a certain law of this cause and effect relationship in the subtle worlds. According to religious views, it's being destroyed in us through our suffering. We go through suffering to perfection, but I disagree with that, because it seems to me that perfection should be achieved through joy, not through suffering. In this world, you cannot improve yourself through suffering. But this may be good for an animal. If it misbehaves, a donkey, for example, needs to be beaten with a stick if it goes somewhere in the wrong direction. But for a human being, perfection is only joy.
Дорогие друзья, наша конференция продолжается.
Dear friends, our conference is continuing. The information which is revealed by our speakers is really unique, and it helps us understand how important it is to direct our attention to develop our personality, our spiritual nature. Because in pursuit of material desires, we will lose the most valuable and important, that which a human actually has come here for. It's development of spiritual nature and merging with the soul. Now I give the floor to our next speaker, who will tell us about how a human can escape from this matrix. Paulina Herrera. Paulina, the floor is yours.
Paulina, lo ascoltiamo.
Hola, queridos amigos. Nuestro mundo
Hello, dear
está
friends.
cambiando rápidamente.
Our world is changing rapidly, and the person changes according to their life circumstances as well. The only thing that has not changed is the inner duality of a person, the presence of animal and spiritual nature in a person. And what is the true reason for human to be here?
La liberación espiritual.
This meaning of life was and remains spiritual liberation.
Vinieron muchos
So,
profetas y todos hablaron del
many prophets came, and they all spoke about the same knowledge, about the path to the spiritual world, about overcoming oneself, about duality, about the system or matrix, about the fact that the devil does exist, and
Ay, sí. De que el diablo realmente existe y actúa a través de los pensamientos en nuestra cabeza. Y el primer lugar,
there is the knowledge that the devil does exist and acts through thoughts in our head. But first and foremost, the prophet said about that you learn not to listen to your consciousness and not to keep in your head those illusory images that a consciousness imposes on you. If a person cannot control their own emotions and their consciousness, then Satan, the system or the matrix, dominates them. And in order to get out of this matrix and start the spiritual path, from the first contact with God to life in the spiritual world, some tools are needed. For some people, these are prayers in which deep feelings are achieved through repetition. And for others, these are meditation techniques that help to bring consciousness under control and then move on to spiritual practices that have been present in all ages. For those people who are really looking for a spiritual path, they strive for perception by deep feelings. All this is called the spiritual path. And here that all the secrets of this three-dimensional world are revealed when a person discovers and realizes that here is a personality and that he can control his consciousness and choose between the proposed thoughts, rejecting some thoughts and accepting the others.
Y es así como la percepción llega a través de los sentimientos
And
más
this is
profundos.
how the perception through deep feelings comes, because a person finally understands who he really is.
Entiende quién es y se da cuenta de que el mundo espiritual está dentro de sí mismo.
A person understands who he really is, and he understands that the spiritual world is within himself, and is no longer looking for it somewhere outside. And this leads to the unlocking of great mysteries, namely to the realization that a human being is a personality and not consciousness, being a spectator in a theater of shadows. The biggest weakness for the system or matrix of the person walking the spiritual path. When they begin to discover all these complexities of the path, its simplicity and beauty, the first thing they see is that consciousness does not belong to them, and consciousness does not serve personality. Personality understands that consciousness is dictator. It is part of the system or matrix that manipulates him and turns a free personality into a slave. But in order for a personality to do this, they must first of all strive for spiritual freedom. This must be their need, and when they feel this need, they can walk this path. Fortunately, many people began to realize this and began to work on themselves, their self-improvement, and come to understand that deep feelings, those that come from the soul, are the language that allows you to speak in silence. This is the language of all those practitioners who are on the spiritual path, those who really aspire to God, regardless of their religion and beliefs. When you become spiritually liberated and to live this feeling of love that you experience for the spiritual world every day. It becomes an integral part of your life, and so it becomes very easy to control your consciousness, which still continues its aggression towards you as a personality, trying to use programs and patterns. But the personality already understands everything, and consciousness begins to attack much less, because this process is no longer profitable for it. And when the body reaches the end of its earthly life, the personality, having achieved its spiritual liberation, simply goes to its native home, returns to the spiritual world, while consciousness ceases to exist forever. Thus, the spiritual world receives a new angel, equal among equals. In the meantime, a person undergoes a transformation of the energy structure from a pyramidal shape to a cube shape, placed on one of its own corners. In other words, the human energy structure of spiritually liberated person is qualitatively different from the pyramidal form of the energy structure of an ordinary person. When a personality knows what it needs to know, it is free from these illusions. It is a mature personality, recognizes the world and begins to see it as it is. It's simple. Do not serve the system, the devil or the matrix. And then life becomes more interesting and beautiful, because life begins there, in the spiritual world. The personality begins to live in the spiritual world. There is a dialogue between the personality and God through the perception of deep feelings, while spiritual practices, prayers, meditations are tools for communicating with God. They are the key to the door of the spiritual world. You just need to learn how to use it, turn it in the right direction, not be lazy to open the door. Or, better yet, open the door and do not close it. Thank you very much.
Dear friends, let's take one more time a closer look at a human energy structure in 6 dimensions. What do we look like in reality? In the first dimension, the human structure will look like a dot. Man cannot consciously perceive the first dimension. For him, it will be just a dot, nothing. But this nothing holds everything. The first dimension is the azoosmos, in other words, the initial inner impulse of energy. If you look at a man in the second dimension, he will look like a cross with a circle in the center. The functions of the second dimension are nothing more than a kind of storage and transmission of information. What a human looks like in the third dimension, we all know very well. It is what we see with our eyes, our physical body. The third dimension is the dimension where you already apply power and energy and begin to create. In the fourth dimension, a man looks like a physical body with different shells. In the fifth and sixth dimensions, the energy structure has the form of a four-sided, truncated pyramid with a detached top. The pyramid's facets are the living projections of the essences. In the middle of the structure is the soul. In the top is the personality, and between them, a field of consciousness. Essences play an important role, both in a person's life and in his after-death fate. Thanks to this structure, by developing oneself spiritually, a person is able to cognize other dimensions and see the world as it really is, not in the narrow spectrum of three-dimensional perception. What happens to the structure of a person after the death of the physical body depends on the choice of a person during life. If a person during his life invested his attention into spiritual development, into helping people in his personality united with the soul, then a new spiritual being is formed. The energy structure becomes more complex and becomes in the form of a cube. In the book of ALLATRA, it is said, the energy structure of such a spiritually liberated person is qualitatively different from a pyramid-shaped energy structure of an ordinary person in the sixth dimension. And the further a person delves into the spiritual self-development, the more complex his energy structure becomes. If a person during the life of the physical body put all his attention into emotions, thoughts, material desires, then after the death of the physical body, the personality merges with the consciousness, becomes a subpersonality. In the program Life After Death, Igor Mikhailovich Danilov said that in less than 12 minutes, the soul, together with the already new subpersonality, will move into another body. In myths and legends, information has been preserved about what happens to the human structure. And essences, like black boxes of consciousness, tell about the whole life of a person. This is well illustrated in the papyrus, The Judgment of Osiris. The judgment at which a decision is made about the future fate of a person. It clearly shows that the human soul doesn't take part in this process. It only awaits its fate according to the results of the evidence of the four essences. In the ancient Iranian religion of Zoroastrianism, of which the sacred book is the Avesta, also speaks of a personal judgment upon man after the death of his body. Since the human died, the prana stopped flowing into the energy structure and it began to disintegrate. This takes a certain amount of time, but consciousness does not stop working, continues to broadcast desires, emotions, but personality can no longer choose, can no longer act. The personality has no instrument, no energy structure, and the personality, the subpersonality in this sense, experiences all those emotions that the person experienced in life, only much stronger. In religion, they say about such states that a person experiences the torments of hell. But it's interesting that as long as there is at least some part of the human body, it means that there is an informational component, so the informational connection of the subpersonality with its former body is preserved. What is important for us, for living people, that we have the opportunity to choose. There is a chance to merge the personality with the soul, to choose the eternal rather than the temporary. Choose life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Daria. And now we will go back to Sabuhi Gamzayev, our speaker, who will tell us about the value of our attention. Sabuhi, the floor is yours.
Hello, dear friends. The speakers of our Kaleidoscope effects have repeatedly touched upon the topic of attention in their speeches. We also discussed how valuable the right of choice is in a person's life. Let's talk about it in more detail. Human as a soul-filled being, created in the image and likeness of the Creator. It's not a body, not a consciousness, but a personality. And the personality of a human is endowed by the Creator with a special gift, the freedom of choice, the right of freedom of choice. And no one is allowed to violate this right. Even God does not violate humans' freedom of choice, because, as has been said, God is firm in His word. Human life is an exchange of information far beyond the narrow spectrum of visible and audible frequencies which human is used to perceive in this three-dimensional world. Information is everywhere and in everything. It exists beyond time and space and constantly affects person. But information begins to fully work in a human only when he begins to give it his attention. There is, make his choice. And what dominates in a person at that moment, that will be realized in his life. That is why there is no such thing as destiny. It is self-deception which immobilizes a person. By paying attention to certain information, one creates one subsequent destiny with his choice. From the Sienova ALLATRA. According to the ancient primordial knowledge, the power of attention is a tremendous vital force that concentrates the creative energy, or according to the primordial knowledge, the power of Allah. It is through the power of attention that a personality makes choice that ultimately shape his or her posthumous destiny. What a person put his or her attention in, that what becomes his or her reality. Investing attention in matter, endless desires and seductions invariably lead to constant dissatisfaction and a thirst for more. This is how the reality of life as suffering is formed. Why did the spiritual treatise say that it's important for a person to concentrate constantly on his or her spiritual inner world? Because in this case only, a person forms a variable posthumous destiny, having become an angel, instead of wasting his inner powers of soul information of death while alive. It is information of subpersonality. In the language of primordial ALLATRA physics, if a person spends no more than 10% of power of his or her attention to the material life, and 90% of that attention focuses on a state of domination, spiritual life in his inner world, then this leads to the spiritual transformation of that person. Otherwise, when 90% of attention are paid to material life, desires and thoughts of the animal nature, and 10% to care about spiritual conviction, then during the lifetime a person forms for himself a subpersonality. It is not philosophy or religion, but the fundamental laws of physics. Yes, friends, it's all about our choices. What we choose is what we get. Therefore, it is necessary to be very selective in investing attention in the negative states offered by the animal mind system. Let's watch a video featuring Igor Mikhailovich Danilov on the subject of choice.
Yes, a person indeed has freedom of choice. But this choice is not carried out in consciousness, and definitely not in the brain. People just fail to comprehend that a human is first and foremost a personality. Personality is a non-material structure, and the power of attention, which personality actually invests as a non-material structure, is in the spirit and not in matter. In order to become absolutely free and live happily, truly happily, and really gain freedom, you just need to invest this power of attention precisely in developing perception through feelings and to direct it towards spiritual development, and not to invest it in unnecessary thoughts, in those illusory pictures which consciousness foists on you, and certainly not in any unnecessary emotions imposed by consciousness. You should simply economize and invest it reasonably, like funds. Then you will gain that boundless which you strive for, but only when you really, truly strive for it.
So, why should we form death when we can form life? Why should we be selfish when we can be altruistic? The term altruism was introduced into science by the philosopher Auguste Comte. In his views, altruism is the embodiment of the norm of living for the sake of others, the driving force behind the change in human society toward greater humanization. Comte defined two kinds of altruism: inherent in animals, instinctive altruism, and human altruism, developing under the influence of civilization and becoming innate. Long before Comte, altruism was conceptualized and existed as the moral principle. Socrates believed that the basis of the moral law, which compensates for the selfishness of the individual, was not to take, but to give, and that the more spiritual one is, the stronger the desire to serve for the benefit of others. And there are many examples of this. It is enough to see how people volunteers unite and build a creative society together. Everyone contributes as much as she or he can. Everyone works doing his or her best with understanding and respect for each other. After all, human is created for a real life, for the active work and interaction with others. Is equal, but not for the endless accumulation and selfish behavior with people. Let's watch a short video on the subject with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
It has been scientifically and experimentally proven that altruism actually helps much more to a person who seeks to help another person, and last of all, to the one whom he helps.
And now, Jana has told us the biggest secret, the secret of humaneness, which is concealed from us. If you want to be happy, make other people happy. Then you will also be happy. This is the only path to happiness. If you want to be loved, love others. Begin to love. Really love other people and help them. And you will be loved, this is true. No one likes evil, wicked, nasty, greedy and bad people. Yes, some people toady. They envy him if he holds some position or something else in society, as they say, but a person actually lives by hatred. He lives in filth, and he understands this. It makes him even angrier. Well, is it really life when you are angry? When you are afraid of something? When you feel bad? It's not life. Life is joy. Life is love. Life is life.
Мудр тот, кто знает нужное, а не многое.
Wise man is the one who knows what is necessary but not a lot of things, and knowledge that of the fact that a human himself forms his after-death destiny is actually a very important knowledge about the path which leads to freedom. And Luca Di Santo will tell us about this. Luca, the floor is yours.
Микрофон.
Grazie Natalia. Спасибо, Наталья. Thank you, Natalia. Every person throughout his life feels that he is striving for something sublime, pure, light, striving for freedom. What is true freedom in fact? The format of thinking we are used to immediately suggests some fantasies to us. If I had a lot of money, it would free me from poverty and fear that I cannot provide myself and my family, and I would be truly happy. But unfortunately, wealthy people also do not feel free. They are even more puzzled by problems and fear about their own life and wealth preservation. Also, a person thinks that real freedom is when I can do what I want, but there is a trap here too, our desires. Where do they come from? Who forms them, dictates them, and who is behind it? Are these our desires? Often in their head people imagine that other people fear and respect them. At such moments, a person imagines himself on a pedestal and the arbiter of destinies, but this is a manifestation of power and a thirst for manipulation of other people, but by no means freedom. Our feeling of striving for true freedom is so great that there are always those who use it for their own selfish purposes, offering us false images. Democracy, patriotism, national dignity, religious views, language issues with the ensuing circumstances for entire nations, wars and destruction for the sake of profit of certain individuals. A human was created for a purpose. A human in whom there is a particle of eternity, the soul, was created so that he figures out and cognizes the true freedom to which he strives all his life. But duality is also inherent in man, in the struggle of two principles, the animal and the spiritual, and the position in which a person chooses to be is that freedom he receives. If egoistic motives dominate in him, that is everything that makes up his animal nature, then freedom for him is limited by three-dimensionality. It is imaginary, illusory, quickly ending, but if a person chooses the development of the personality, spiritual development as his goal, then he receives true love and freedom, not limited by this world. It is unconditional, infinite, it cannot be taken away, since it is an internal belonging that does not depend on external circumstances.
And here, when a person begins to work on himself, an understanding comes that our consciousness is always tuned negatively, always tuned to meanness. Yes, it can toady, it can praise, it can play along, but it always strives to take as much attention as possible from personality to itself and to enslave our personality as much as possible. And this is exactly where our desire for freedom arises from. After all, it's an inner desire. But consciousness mixes it, as usual, with whatever possible and throws everything outwards. We look for this freedom here, in three-dimensionality. We try to change something in our lives, try to somehow understand ourselves. We look for enemies in our family and among our friends. We look for enemies in our country. After all, we are in slavery for some reason. We feel uncomfortable, and we want to change something, from authorities to our other half. And in fact, we do not know what we want. Time passes, authorities change, but freedom doesn't come. Many people change. Let's say their other halves change their families, but freedom doesn't come. Many, like hermits, go into religion, into seclusion, but they don't become freer. Why? If the world around you bothers you, close yourself in your room or in your apartment, or go somewhere and stay alone at least for a couple of days. If you haven't become happy and free, the problem is in you, my friend, not in those around you. It's not an illusory happiness when we go out, have a day off, and feel good. The day off passes quickly, and then we are back in the same place again. This is not freedom. Freedom is inside, regardless of what your mind is occupied with or what your body is doing.
You cannot say more precisely and better about true freedom and love than the way it is expressed in the books of Anastasia Novych. There is no freedom on the outside, but the true freedom is when a human becomes higher than this world, higher than material wishes, when a human lives each day, each hour for the sake of his soul, enriching its treasury with good doings, thoughts, help to surrounding people, when a human doesn't live for the sake of his egoism and significance, but for the sake of other people in the name of God. Sensei 4. The highest freedom of man is his freedom of choice. Only the person himself decides what to do, whom to listen to, what thoughts to pay attention to, and from these decisions of his, the fate of a person is formed. Every man who knows how to be a master of himself, how to rule over his thoughts, and who is in a strong embrace of love to God, is the richest and the happiest man in the world. ALLATRA. You and I feel that we are not just a physical body. We feel that we have a soul, a particle from the spiritual world. Our personality on the way to the spiritual world overcomes barriers from consciousness, breaks out of its slavery and becomes free, becomes one with the spiritual world. Every day I hold on to God with my whole inseparable embrace of my soul. My sincere love for Him is immense. My embrace is so strong and my love for Him is so boundless that wherever God sent me, He would be there with me. And if He is with me, why should I be afraid? My life is where He is. For my soul, it would be sweeter to be out of heaven with God than in heaven without Him. Each person is a personality who primarily bears spiritual responsibility for everything that she does and chooses in her life. After all, most people understand what responsibility is. They take responsibility for solving some vital, ideological, domestic, financial, and other issues. So, in the spiritual, as in the main thing for every person, you need to take responsibility for your spiritual destiny and do everything possible and impossible in your life to merge with your soul and gain real freedom from the material world. True love internally liberates a person, gives the most valuable heavenly gift, real freedom from this material world. True love is the deepest feelings of a person that cannot be expressed in words. This is the power of the soul, its state of love for God. True love between people begins when one person experiences deep feeling of love for the soul of another person, as they say, sees his essence, when there is an amazement in silence. In moments of manifestation of his sincere happiness, one experiences profound feeling in contact with the spiritual nature, the attention, love, and care of God for his soul.
For me, as a psychologist, the idea that happiness is not basically related to external circumstances that occur around us was a kind of discovery. Usually, people have another narrative. Many believe that for them to be happy, something has to happen. Either they get a promotion, or get married, or have a baby, build a house, plant a tree, and so on. In short, something has to happen. And a lot of them would say, when something happens, then I will be happy. I'll never forget when at one of my counseling sessions, a woman said that when she finally buys her dream car, when she drives out of a dealership in her new car, she'll be happy. And it's very common. That's the attitude people have towards it. But in reality, experimental data, psychology data turn out to show, clearly show, and prove that happiness is an inner feeling, an inner experience that occurs somewhere, I don't know, in feelings, in the soul, emotions. The whole essence of a human is involved in this, and it is not directly related to any external circumstances. Lots of people are happy without money, without the comforts of life that we are used to. But on the other hand, there are people who seem to have everything. They have high income and prosperity, a house and a family, but nevertheless, they're internally unhappy. So I think happiness is an inner feeling of a person. If it is cleared of external layers and some patterns, I think this feeling brings a person closer to some higher worlds. And it should be found within oneself. I suggest to talk now about psychology and psychology data. Having studied many people who feel inherently happy, it turned out that they have several peculiarities which make them different from other people. Psychologists noticed that these folks are initially happy even though they are not rich and not successful in some cases, but nevertheless, they feel internally happy. So what do they basically do for this happiness to be inside of them, although they do not have any special benefits? And it turns out that a few characteristics of such a kind can be found. And the first of them is as follows. These people feel more gratitude to everyone around them than ordinary people. That is, they have some constant feeling of gratitude. Gratitude to people around them, gratitude to nature, gratitude to the universe in general. They somehow live this feeling of gratitude, and interestingly enough, their gratitude is absolutely unconditional. You don't have to bring them water so they can say thank you. They're already grateful as soon as we appear next to them. And so, this feeling of constant gratitude that they have suggests that maybe we, ordinary people, should try to practice gratitude and see if we become a little happier. And a wide perspective opens up. Go and thank your wife, your husband, your child, your parents, the whole world, the universe. I've noticed that happiness particularly increases if we can thank someone we've never been able to thank before. Yet, if all of a sudden we manage to do that, it turns out that the inner feeling of happiness increases. That's one characteristic sign. Another one is this: happy people are much more optimistic. In other words, their future is always tinted in positive colors for them. There are no bad events in the future for them. They only see the best in the future. Of course, ordinary people are not like that. Many people see the future in very dark colors. Everything will be wrong, everything will be bad. One more characteristic is as such. Happy people are very fond of doing sudden good deeds. They come to someone and suddenly do something good, some kind of surprise, either to their close ones or to strangers. And it amuses them a lot. They like it very much. And I've actually tried many times. I've experimented on myself and done this. And I can definitely tell you that I myself felt better rather than a person to whom I did something good. I felt joyful inwardly. And the day turns better once you've done a sudden good deed to someone.
Microfono, Luca.
Amici, è stato davvero un grande piacere. Amici, è stato davvero un grande piacere. Ok. Amici, è stato davvero un grande piacere ascoltare le parole di Pata Amonashvili, dottore in psicologia.
It was a really big pleasure. The words of Pata Amonashvili, the author of numerous books and sociologist, doctor of psychology. It was a great pleasure to hear him, our speaker. Thank you.
Wonderful words of Pata Shalvich about happiness. The question is, what do you have to do to be happy? It is essential for every person. We all intuitively strive for it, but in practice, the search for happiness often resembles the endless pursuit of a donkey for a carrot in a vicious circle. Of course, a person should live in comfortable conditions, but how much does happiness depend on the amount of money? Psychologists note that once a person's basic needs are satisfied, the connection between happiness and money is lost. Many people who have reached a high standard of living do not equate happiness with money. For example, the successful American economist James Montier says that people quickly get used to a new level of income, and therefore their life satisfaction does not increase. How successful is the search for happiness in relationships with people, the second halves, children, friends? Even in the best relationships, a person still continues to feel inner dissatisfaction, loneliness, the feeling that he is not loved enough. The reason is that the concept of happiness and love in modern society have been substituted. It has become customary for us to take a consumerist attitude towards love as a material goods. It all boils down to the desire to receive love from other people and the fear of losing it. As Arthur Shalovich said earlier, happiness has not an external but internal nature. So how can we find it in ourselves and not to confuse it with other feelings? As an answer to this question, let's watch an excerpt from the video Tricks of Consciousness.
And the first thing a person should learn is to distinguish an illusion of sensations and imposed thoughts from inner, deepest feelings. What does he need to learn? To love. And love is what? True love is happiness. He should attain happiness, and happiness is what? It is life. And these three components, so to say, well, not three components, all this is the same, but they are inseparable. Love, happiness, which altogether gives life. And life cannot be either without life or without happiness. If inside a person there is no happiness, if there is no love for God's world, if he doesn't experience its reciprocal, let's say, component is when the spiritual world loves, then the person doesn't live. Everything else is nonsense and meaningless.
Несмотря на внешние трудности. Возьмем монаха-вистарца.
Take monks and elders. For example, Nikon Optinsky was in terrible conditions in prison, but in a letter he wrote, "My happiness has no limits. I have finally learned what the kingdom of God within you is." Everyone can reach this state. It is not necessary to belong to a religion. The one who seeks happiness in a human is personality, and personality can feel it here and now. It is interesting that the word happiness in the common Slavic language meant co-participation. Agree, when we are happy, we involuntarily share this state with others, and thus become sources of happiness ourselves. This is what the Buddha said. Thousands of candles can be lighted from a single candle, and the life of the single candle will not be shortened. Happiness never decreases by being shared. It is possible to unselfishly help another person in any situation. It can be a kind word, support, or sincere advice. And the more such examples in society are, the easier it is for each of us to be human, to be really happy. Now I suggest to watch an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Happiness is an immaterial component. As long as we are, dominated by material values, people will always be dissatisfied. There will always be protesters, there will always be those who disagree. The most important thing is the spiritual component, human values in the highest sense. When they dominate in society, then everything will be fine.
Priorities should be changed.
Of course, the priorities should be spiritual, or at least the highly moral ones.
Yes, it turns out that a consumer society has superseded human qualities that make a person human, and accordingly make him happy and joyful and loving. So why does a person not rejoice? Because he has forgotten what joy is. It's when you are of benefit to another person, when you are of benefit to society, when you sort of do not waste your life in vain, but live, you really live. And you only have the joy because you can serve someone, that you can,
For someone,
yes, to live.
Проверьте микрофон, пожалуйста.
Could you please check the microphone, Camila?
Ранее в рамках данного калейдоскопа
Earlier, within the framework of this kaleidoscope of facts, our speakers already touched upon the topic of attention as the most valuable resource of personality. In modern science, there is no generally accepted understanding of such a phenomena as attention, and there are many various theories describing this phenomena in their own way. Despite various opinions on the subject, many people already have an understanding that attention is essentially the main resource, but its powerful potential is not quite used by people in the right direction. If every person would conduct a serious analysis for oneself, it would become clear that attention is the foundation of our life, and we pay for everything with our attention, and in return we also want to receive attention. When we watch a show, listen to music, eat some delicious food, or engage in interesting conversations, we invest our attention every time. If somebody wants to punish a person, there are also conditions are created for his attention, focusing it on painful or uncomfortable feelings and sensations. At work, we give our attention in order to gain freedom later on. We direct it where our desires lead us. In other words, attention is there and at all levels. There were times when in society there was this knowledge about the value of attention, and this knowledge was respected. It was reflected in the rituals and laws of various tribes and cultures. People's attention was collected exactly when it was really needed. But contemporary society has formally devalued the understanding of the value of attention and has hidden its true value from people, exploiting and manipulating attention in every way possible for the benefit of separate individuals. An obvious question arises: why are we not aware of the true value of our attention? Why is knowledge about attention is so important? And finally, and most importantly, what are people capable of when they unite their attention and around a single goal or idea? In order to answer this question, I suggest us to first turn to research in such areas of science as biology, ornithology, entomology, mimicology, and many others. Today, there is already a sufficient amount of confirmed information that animals, birds, fish, insects, and even microbes and bacteria have a collective mind. Back in the 20th century, scientists found that the flight route and the technique of rebuilding a flock of migratory birds knows only the collective consciousness of this flock. The technology of building an anthill is also the property of the collective consciousness of the ant population. Scientists have discovered that one ant does not know how to build an anthill. 10, 20, 30 ants do not know this either. Each of them will do anything but not build an anthill. They will run and fuss but not build. And only when a certain number of ants accumulate, that is, a critical mass is reached, then, within an instant, each of them will receive information on how to properly build an anthill together. For every insect species, as well as animals, birds and fish, the number of individuals that make up the critical mass is different. However, biologists from Princeton University in the United States have proven that the larger the group, the more coordinated its work is. Now the question may arise, what does actually a collective mind of the animals have to do with the attention of humans? But as already speakers said during today's Kaleidoscope of Facts, a human has a dual nature. He has spiritual nature and animal nature. Human body and consciousness is the animal part of a human, which are subjected to the laws of the animal world. A human has a spiritual component as well, which is the soul and personality. And exactly from the perspective of personality, people can use the knowledge about attention for creation. They can direct their attention to create good and comfortable conditions of life on Earth, to provide all people with pure water and quality food, to improve the quality of education and health care around the globe, to improve the environmental situation on the planet, and so on. And if we speak more globally, we should focus our attention on building the creative society, where the value of every person's life will be of the highest value, and there will be justice and equality in our society. People will be free and confident in their future. Society will be managed by people themselves, provided that all people of the world will be open, will have open and transparent information, and most importantly, creative ideology will be formed in society, which enables us to create all necessary conditions for human development as personality. The Creative Society project is already been implemented by people all over the globe. And it is necessary that a critical mass of people unite around the idea of building such a society, including scientists from all fields of science. They should unite. It is important to know that unification of such a great number of people takes place not at the material but at the information level. In such case, possibilities and abilities of people will increase many times over. Now I would like to give the floor to Anna, who will share her experience on this subject.
Hello everyone. I think a lot of people have noticed that great ideas appear when not just one, but several people are working together on a project. So, uniting and synchronizing with the whole world, we as people will be able to find a solution on how to make our world a better place. I'd like to share one interesting experience. I recently posted a video on TikTok. Now, shortly about the video. If you take a human, a galvanized nail, a copper wire and check for the amount of energy emitted by a human, you get 0.74 volts. And if you take a clock battery, you get 1.5 volts. It turns out that for a clock to work, it required conditions and synchronization of two people. Having done this, we got the desired effect and the clock started working. This experience aroused interest in people, and they began to make calculations in the comments on how many people are needed to make light bulbs, remotes, phones and batteries work. One thing that struck me was that they even calculated the amount of emitted energy when 8 billion people joined together. The total amount was almost 6 billion volts. In the discussions, there was a wave of positivity, and the result was very interesting. They recalled Tesla technologies. Also, there arose a great interest in the story of the New Zealand company ALLATRA, which convinced the country's energy distributor, the PowerCo concern, to give wireless electricity a chance. This project is already being implemented. People who are well versed in physics and other sciences participated in the comments. I won't say a lot of scientific words, but in short, they mentioned weak interactions between particles, thanks to which you can get clean energy. People began to think in one direction, write their ideas, reasoning, information they have, and it turned out very interesting, informative and promising. This is a vivid example of how we people, united in a common goal, will find a solution for making our lives better and creating a beautiful and safe world. It's real, it's possible, and it's simple. If we put our attention to the search for creative ideas, we will be able to build a creative society. The fact that the majority of people on the planet want to live in a happy and safe world was confirmed by a social survey conducted by the participants of ALLATRA IPM within the framework of the Universal Grain Project. Let's watch the fragments of the answers of people from all over the world.
Film The Universal Grain. Life. Love that gives freedom.
And each of us carries this piece of the whole. Love, true nature. That's what we carry within us. And I would also compare that to freedom.
You can't put it into words, just like words they won't give it its right meaning. It's a great feeling of like fulfillment, I don't know, love, yeah, something inside.
When one has inner beauty, it is reflected externally too. It's actually the energy, the emanating light, in fact.
In poverty, they're all the same. When we say a planet, we are all one in the family with equality.
All people all over the world are born with a light inside of them, a goodness inside of them.
Everybody has something inside that goes back to their essence. There's this pure love that we have very deeply inside. And when everyone is united by this, there's nothing else that is saying in front of it, of love, of being kind.
You can be friends and you can get along, even though you have different opinions, politically and religiously, different colors and everything different. But you can get along and you can live together and work together.
Don't have barriers. Don't think he is enemy, he is bad. Any color, any faith, any language, friendship is all that's going to win you.
Now we have a new issue, for example, it's only an example, it's climate change. But if there are not unification between the people, we will not find a solution. We need this unity.
To try by our example, to be honest, to do good things, to play a responsible role.
To live in a good condition.
Whatever they may be, but if we respect each other and accept each other as we are, then everything will be perfect. We will have no wars and no conflicts. We will just have a wonderful life which everyone dreams of. Love and beauty is what saves the world. This unselfish love is what changes a person.
Place of brotherhood, sisterhood, and a place of love, genuine love, agape love we call it in Christianity. And I think the world will be a much better place to live in.
Film The Universal Grain. Life. Love that gives freedom.
It is such a beautiful and inspiring video, and it is joyful to see that all people on our planet really want the same thing, to live in peace and harmony, to love and to be happy. These simple needs come from the spiritual nature of every person, from the understanding that all of us are one, and we are all creations of one Allah. And what separates us is consciousness, with which we once began to identify ourselves. Today's broadcast once again confirms how important it is for everyone to have the knowledge of their true nature. But knowledge is like a guiding star. It only points and shows the way. But it is up to every person to follow the path and work on themselves. Everyone's inner work means to learn to love God sincerely. This inner work is certainly reflected in the outer world, because it encourages people in society to respect each other and to see others as people like themselves, just like them. This inner work is like a bridge that brings people closer together, regardless of external differences. Now I suggest that we watch an excerpt from the video True Heroes with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
There is a wonderful parable about a young man who met a crying old man and asked why he was crying. The old man said, "You know, I would like to get to my relatives through the swamp, but the road is ruined." So this young man, being alone, volunteered to help and restore this road across the swamp. All by himself, he collected logs and stacked them. The old man said, "Oh, you're all alone. Your lifetime won't be enough to build such a road by yourself." But the young man didn't give up and kept building it. After a while, other men from the village joined him, and they began to build this road across the swamp together. And when they got to the middle of the swamp, they saw that a road was being built towards them from the city. And that moment has really reminded me of the Creative Society project participants.
You were telling the story now, and I also associate this with the Creative Society. Indeed. Those very bridges destroyed by the climate. And not only that, but other crises destroyed many bridges between us as well. Many people are desperate, like that old man. But the present day has also shown us there are many heroes like that guy who started building these bridges on their own. And many have joined them. And they have seen how many more people are there who help them build. And many people are building bridges towards them from all over the world, towards one another. It's a good parable. And most importantly, it reflects the present day of building the Creative Society.
Today, we live in a difficult time. Humanity is going through a global crisis. We are entering an acute phase of global climate change, and we have only one opportunity to save our civilization and reach a new level of its development. This is building a creative society. The adoption and implementation at the legislative level of 8 foundations will make it possible to make a person's life, which costs nothing in a consumer society, safe. To guarantee each person's freedom, justice, and equality, as well as the comprehensive development of his personality. This requires the unification of all human potential, including the scientific one. Uniting in the current consumer format of society, dominated by the personal selfish interests of a small group of people, is simply impossible. After all, if the crowd follows an authoritative opinion, then this is no longer a collective mind, but just an opinion of one individual, and the phenomenon of the wisdom of the crowd doesn't work anymore. But when people unite to achieve one common goal, the physics of unification occurs, and the results of their joint work become extraordinary and more productive than the work of one talented person. This effect is called the synergy effect. But such a unification will work only provided that people are united on the basis of mutual trust and equality of participants, and each person in its individual, in his knowledge and skills, and is free to express his opinion and be heard. It is the 8 foundations of the creative society that provide these necessary conditions, allowing the unification of caring, proactive, and free people to take place. Taking together, these conditions enable the egregor or collective intelligence, resonance or synchronization to start working. I suggest now to watch a fragment of the program with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov called True Heroes.
You know, every one of us has consciousness. Everyone's consciousness is a part of the whole. Sort of an egregore of consciousness is formed. No matter what we call it, it is strong, it is smart, it can forecast something, and so on. But each of us also has a personality. If we compare, let's call it simply, the egregore of consciousness and the egregore of personality, meaning what personality originates from. And if we unite at the level of personality, at the level of free people, really spiritually free people, then these field structures, let's simply call them so for understanding, the egregore of consciousness and the egregore of personality, it's impossible to compare them. Why? Because the egregore of personality will be infinite and eternal. As for the egregore of consciousness, we won't even find it in this infinity. It is nearly nothing. So, if we, as humanity as a whole, unite precisely on spiritual aspects, guys, I'm not saying on religious aspects, I'm saying on spiritual ones, and the difference is huge. No offense to religions. It's true. Then our capabilities will be boundless. Really boundless. Why? Because spiritual aspects are all human values. That's what all the prophets who came here spoke about.
An important aspect in the formation of egregore is unification, based on a common idea. The more people give attention to this idea, the faster and more stable the egregore will form. And the physics of this process is clearly demonstrated by the well-known experiment with swinging metronome pendulums standing on one common surface, which proved that having different swings in the beginning, after some time, the pendulums come to synchronous swinging. I want to draw your attention to the importance of having a common platform on which the pendulums stand. And the more pendulums, the faster that synchronization. The creative society is that single, unique platform that unites all people. So why don't we unite and take this decisive step towards the creative society, which is based on the value of human life? It is easy to build a creative society. It is beneficial for absolutely everyone. Its building will ensure that humanity enters a new round of evolution and will open up vast prospects for scientific and technological progress. The creative society is the only opportunity not only to stand against climate threats, but also to comprehensively improve the quality of every person's life. The creative society is a safe, stable, and prosperous society where every person has the opportunity to reveal their inner potential. But we can build it only together. Once again, I want to note that in these difficult times of the crisis of our civilization, of catastrophic climate change, the issue of the value of human life has become even more acute. And this is related not only to the immediate threat to the life of the physical body, hunger and lack of water, violence in society, credit slavery, climate refugees, the threat to people's health. This is not a complete list of what humanity is facing nowadays. And if we don't start addressing these issues today, it will be late tomorrow. That is why participants of Creative Society project on a volunteer basis uses their own effort and resources, initiated the preparation of the International Online Forum, Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live, which will be held on 7th of May 2022, and it will be broadcasted on tens of thousands of social media platforms around the world. We invite everyone to take part in the preparation for the forum. Dear friends, the 19th Kaleidoscope of Facts, The Mystery of the Human, Who Am I?, has come to an end. We would like to thank all the speakers, the simultaneous interpretation team, live technical support, and everyone who took part in the preparation of the conference for their time, and above all, for their attention, which they dedicate to spreading the primordial knowledge about the world and about human. Special thanks to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for the knowledge he brought. The information presented today is clearly intended to help us as humans find the true purpose of life. In conclusion, let's watch a fragment of the program with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov about the mission of every person on Earth. Thank you.
What mission did any person come here with? To attain life, to become an angel. The only mission of a person is to become an angel, to become an immortal being, to become a part of the spiritual world. It's the only mission. Everything else in this world is meaningless, stupid, and unrealistic, because it has nothing to do with the spiritual world. However, on the path of becoming, again, this is the path, and the path is the service. This is once again the work on oneself, and so on, right? Actually, they say it's difficult, but what is difficult? Don't serve Satan, and that's it. Don't forget about God. Strive for merging, and you will become one. For there is nothing easier. Live happily, rejoice, love, attain life while you exist. And it will remain with you.